Technical Welding Services Hamilton are specialists in the transit concrete mixer industry. From chassis drop-off to a full working concrete mixing, the team will take care of the job from start to finish. Full engineering services and general sheet metal work can also be undertaken. Need a quote? Call 07 847 2031 or visit our website www.techweld.nz. Technical Welding Services Hamilton, we are the experts.
We're live, Paul.
Oh, are we? And just like that.
We got caught out.
We did. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to TWS Paradise Valley Speedway for what is undoubtedly this season and what is a crazy year when it comes to Speedway, and I think there might be more to come, but this is undoubtedly the biggest individual super stock race meeting of the 2021-2022 season. It is the World 240s at Paradise Valley Speedway. My name is Paul Hickey. Welcome to all of our race fans who are here at the venue, and a big warm welcome to those watching through our live stream through the Pits TV across Aotearoa and across the globe, and especially to those who are watching from England, who may normally be here for the World 240s, but obviously can't make it this year. We're your commentary team for the weekend. Let's introduce everybody. Bianca March, welcome back to Paradise Valley. It's another hot day.
Oh, I love coming to Rotorua, but I hate the weather. There's just something about the heat that just takes it out of you. We've been here since 12 o'clock. People have been steadily streaming in all day, as well as the drivers, and everyone's in the same boat, aren't we? We're cooking.
We certainly are. Minty is here. Graham Minty Mead, welcome back to Paradise Valley. What a big 2 nights we've got ahead.
You just keep coming back year after year and it gets better and better, and of course it could be, it may be the last biggest, hugest meeting this year. We don't know with what could ramp around the corner.
Let's not go there.
We're not going there though, but it's just neat to see the amount of drivers that are putting their gear out on track. We've got cars for every gear, and of course the ladies, you know, we talked before when the ladies started racing, they were just jumping in a car and not driving every week. Now they're regular drivers and they're beating the bajingas out of each other, and it's just so cool.
Yeah, and we had a whole lot of them out practicing earlier on, and man, they looked fast, and that racing tonight is going to be pretty good. We've got the mini stocks as well. We'll tell you all about the formats that we're running across the course tonight. But the big one is, of course, the World 240s. Barry Brown on expert comments once again this weekend. Barry, normally every year there's kind of that little bit of a debate. Which is the biggest, bestest meeting? New Zealand Superstock Championships or the World 240s? This year, no question about it, it is the World 240s, and what a big 2 nights we've got ahead.
Yeah, we certainly have, and a big entry like we expected, well over 100 cars. And a couple of top guys missing. Simon Joblin out injured, unfortunately, but it really is absolutely top quality lineup, and you really can't wait till we get that final 26 tomorrow night. We've got 5 obviously already, including Ash Reese, a national champion, and we need to find another 21 tonight.
Yeah, so that's how it's going to work. That is the format. We've got our 4 qualifying groups tonight. Just the top 5 point scorers from each of our qualifying groups will make it through to the finals tomorrow night. Based on points, they've got 3 heats each, and that's going to be tough, isn't it? 26 in each group, Bianca. Got to be the top 5, so it's all go right from the start.
Right from when they initial green flag drops, we're on the money. Now, of course, we have one other qualifier that will come through from the Repecharge. Last year, of course, Josh Prentice won that Repecharge and came through and actually came second. So, I mean, you can't count them out, eh?
Oh, no, you can't. And that's something we talk about every year, isn't
Peter
it?
Bexton comes to mind. There's every year somebody from Repecharge. Let's go back to even stock cars. Mooney at Huntley going backwards across the line to qualify. There's all sorts of crazy stuff in Repecharges, and they're wonderful here at Rotorua.
And of course, let's remind you about that tomorrow night. That is the first race on the program tomorrow night, and it is at 6:30. So make sure you're here at Paradise Valley, or of course make sure you're streaming from our start time, and don't miss that Repecharge at 6:30, because it is always a big race to fill that final spot on the grid. Too hard to pick a winner, isn't it, Barry? It gets harder every year.
It does. We've been pretty hopeless in recent years of just picking the qualifiers out of each group. No doubt we'll have another go this year, but there's probably about 8 or 10 guys in every group that could qualify real easily. One flat tyre, you're just about out for the night, I think.
I got pretty excited when I walked into the venue tonight, because because we aren't having the New Zealand Championships, we would have had the New Zealand Champs already. You know, none of those national titles are happening. Tonight, getting all of these drivers into one venue, this is potentially the one-off for this whole season, to have all of these guys in one space, one race meeting to compete.
I think you'll see it again this season, this many cars at one place having a crack, and it just gets damned exciting. This might be my last crack at beating you, to picking who's going to take podium, because I've been rubbish for the last few years, completely hopeless, just garbage.
We might have, we better do that, I think, just to keep up the keep that rolling. Right,
Bianca, do you want to join in so I've got someone I might beat, because these two keep whipping me?
Well, I tell you what, I actually had my money on Cody Mack, Gary Lonergan and Jamie Hamilton. Three of them aren't here.
Oh, yeah.
So that's me gone.
So it's your fault.
That's your gone already.
It's your fault.
I jinxed it. Every year I manage to jinx it. Of course, Cody Mack blew his engine last week, so he will apparently be ready for next week, and he'll be making appearance at Teens. Of course, Jamie Hamilton, based out of Christchurch, it's a little bit too far to come. He's already been up here. Huntley, and then Teens next week. So definitely going to miss those three drivers.
Yeah, we certainly are. But while those three drivers are missing, and a handful of others, like we already mentioned, Simon Joplin, two-time winner of this World 240s event. This is still a quality field. Do not make the mistake that it's not going to be high quality, because it certainly is. 109 drivers, I think it is, we've ended up with. It is going to be massive tonight, qualifying those finals tomorrow night, of course. So we're about to take a quick break. We're going to turn our attention back to the track, because the Grand Parades are underway. We've got the support classes of the mini stocks, and of course, as we mentioned already, the Aotearoa Ladies Stock Car Crown. So we'll take a look at them, and then our super stocks are going to be out on track. We'll take the chance to have a quick interview and chat to some of those drivers tonight as well. So what's going to be happening? I'll be in the commentary box for most of the night. Minty's going to call some super stock races tonight.
Yeah. I'll have a crack at 3. I might be allowed up there to have a go again. I don't think I've forgotten, but we're close.
Yeah, Barry will be alongside me with his expert comments and analysis, keeping you up to date with the points and how those drivers are stacking up to make it through to the finals tomorrow night. And Bianca's going to be strolling the pits, doing the interviews. Minty will be doing the same thing, and a bit of time out on the infield as well. It's a big old night. Buckle up, race fans. Here we go. The 2022 World 240s is almost on.
And of course, before we cut away, we've got one other special thing we want to, one other special person we want to acknowledge. That's Michaela, our
Happy
director.
birthday!
Happy birthday,
Is it a
Michaela.
birthday?
It's her birthday.
Is it? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Michaela. Happy birthday to you.
Well done, Minty.
You do have a bit of a... Is it a theatre background or something? Or are we getting into a different...
Gospel choir.
A gospel choir.
Well done.
I knew there was something along that.
So
along those
Michaela's
lines.
probably going to kill me right now. I love you, Michaela.
Love you, Michaela. Here's my hug.
Yeah, we better go.
All right, we're getting closer and closer to start time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the World 240s.
Woo!
Hi, welcome to X Factor Cars, Southland's multi-award winning pre-owned dealership. Stockists of classic collectibles, V8s, family vehicles, trade vehicles and everything in between. Thinking American or Aussie muscle, family vehicle or custom? Think X Factor Cars.
Kia ora, good evening and welcome to TWS Paradise Valley Speedway. The Grand Parades have begun. We've already seen our youth mini stocks out on track, and now we welcome along these amazing ladies who are going to be taking part over 2 nights, 3 heats tonight and 3 heats tomorrow night for the Sharkies Engineering Limited Aotearoa Ladies Crown. And leading them around, well, you'd have to say she's going to be the one to beat, the 134 of Rebecca Barr. She's been right there at the top of the super stock field for many years, along with the stock cars, and right since the inception of this ladies championship, Barry Brown, she has been the one to beat, and she's won a few and been taken out of a few.
Well, that's right. She's such a target, isn't she, Paul? And like you say, she's won a few, but anybody that has any designs at all on winning this thing, they know she needs to be stopped, because she's as quick as anybody and quicker than most. Very experienced driver as well. And yeah, I think she'll certainly be the #1 target by tomorrow night.
Of course, it's a 6-race competition for the Aotearoa Ladies Crown. There'll be 3 heats tonight and 3 heats tomorrow night, each over 12 laps. Combined points to find the winner of the Aotearoa Ladies Crown for 2022. Paul Hickey in the commentary box alongside me, Barry Brown, and trackside Graham Minty Mead and Bianca Mudge will be bringing us some of these interviews across the course of the night. Minty, you're down there on the infield right now, up close to some of these cars and drivers already. How are the girls looking?
Oh, look, they're just getting better and better every year. And, of course, I think they're getting excited. And I'm getting excited because of the class and the skill and the quality of machinery that comes out of here. We see even the young girls coming out of mini stocks and they're serving it up and having fun. But where's our 28R? Is she not entered this year? Because she changed the face of the world last year, didn't she?
Yeah, she's there.
She's got to be hiding somewhere because she just took out our race leader with 1 to go last year.
Here she is, just coming onto the pit straight,
she
Alex
is too.
Jones.
Oh, the new livery, the Total Oil car.
Yeah, look, that's something that we're all going to have a little bit of a struggle with this weekend, I think, is the livery, because there hasn't been a lot of people doing a lot of travelling around the place, a lot of just sticking to your own neck of the woods, both as drivers and also as spectators. So seeing some of these cars for the first time with their 2022 livery might just catch us out a little bit across the course of the evening. But what a lineup it is. 26 cars have made it to the track. And of course the thing is, we cut the entries off at 26, but we had a big long list of ladies who were wanting to enter. So every time somebody's kind of dropped out, our waiting list has jumped up and it's stayed full, and we've got 26 on track for the weekend.
Yeah, it was interesting watching that in the last couple of weeks. There was certainly plenty of extras. Minty's grabbed one of those ladies down on the infield now.
Well, I'm down here for the first time with Mrs. Holloway. Hello, Mrs. Holloway in the 14B.
Hello, how are you?
Why have we changed our name?
Got married in the off-season.
We had a ripper of a wedding and you had a 14B as a wedding car, and you couldn't miss this meeting, could you?
You can never miss this meeting unless there's a certain reason some females miss this meeting.
Well, there's one of those, isn't there?
Yes, there is this year.
Now, the quality of the field, like when you first started coming up here to Aotearoa, there's only a couple of you ladies who were racing full-time. Now the whole field's just about full-time racing.
Yeah, it definitely makes it better racing with full-time racers, because you know they've had the experience and it's not just borrowed cars. They understand their car and can drive them properly.
Now the thing I do need to ask from your vows, is your husband behaving?
Of course he is.
I'll ask him that later. Hey, neat to have you up here. How's things in Hawke's Bay?
Yeah, they're good.
Work's going well. Of course, you're doing a lot of T-shirt design.
Yes, I work at Stitchery House Embroidery and Screen Printing, so we're keeping busy.
Well, you're going to have fun because I know you just love being interviewed, eh?
Absolutely.
Mrs. Holloway. It used to be Gemma Palmer, but she's now Mrs. Holloway. Had a beautiful wedding down at a vineyard down in Napier.
Speaking of Jack Myers, he gets the honour of leading us out in the Grand Parade. Ladies and gentlemen, your defending World 240s champion here at Paradise Valley Speedway, the 88P of Jack Myers, leads them out with that car, which, man, it is so quick. He has got a handle on that machine right now, as we saw last year when he took that title out. But yes, this year seems to be much quicker. But the car, Barry, you're not going to miss that one on the track, are you?
Well, it's gone from one of the most invisible cars in all black except for its white number to one of the brightest cars out there, because there's 3 of them that colour. So, yeah, it'll be interesting how many of them actually qualify for the final 26 tomorrow night. But, yeah, very, very difficult to miss that bonnet coming towards you in the rear vision mirror.
So we have got so many cars. We're going to get some of these drivers for a bit of a chat on the infield with Minty. But let's take a look at some of these cars as they're coming out the pit gate. The 15R that is Paul Mabey, new car for him this year, the 15R. Then we go to 62P, that is Adam Joblin. Of course, one of the Joblin brothers who hasn't won this title. Of course, his brothers Scott and Simon have both won the title a couple of times, as has this man here, Peter Rees, in the 10G, former World 240s champion. There's so many former champs who are out here in this field, and the quality is so high. We do have the POM, the English flag, flying out there on the 19C car of Malcolm Ngatai, so he's flying the flag for the overseas drivers this year. Good on him, eh? Of course, great to have Malcolm Ngatai back up, one of the long-time stalwarts of the super stock class, former New Zealand champion. Here at the World 240s, he's struggled for luck at Paradise Valley. He's been, I think, kind of one of his bogey tracks over the years here at Paradise Valley. So this big field of super stocks continue to make their way out onto the track. They will be divided into those 4 groups tonight. 4 groups of 26 cars, 12 laps each. We're standing by for some interviews, so we'll come to those as soon as we can and chat to some of these drivers who will be doing battle on the oval here at Paradise Valley Speedway across the course of the next couple of nights. 66A is Randall Tarrant. He's former New Zealand champion, new car this season, and he has been one of the guys to beat around the country. He's picked up a number of checkered flags around the place, so he'll be one to watch here tonight at Paradise Valley Speedway. Right, I think we're going to head infield, and Minty has got the defending champion Jack Myers with him.
I'm down here with Jack Myers, defending champion of the World 240s. Jack, quite cool not having to qualify, isn't it?
Yeah, it is quite a cool feeling, not having the pressure, because you do put probably more on you to qualify. It's hard work to watch, but yeah, we come up here for a run the other week because it's sort of a bit disadvantage to these guys. The second night they do the hard yards today, you know, they're all race fit and ready to go. So hopefully we get another run today if they have time, and yeah, just go over the car and make sure it's all 100% for tomorrow.
Jax, what's changed? Because last year and then this season I came down here a couple of weeks ago, your car was just excessively fast. What have you done? What's different about it, or what's different about Jack Myers?
Yeah, just mucking around with the car really. Like, we're sort of coming up probably our 4th or 5th year with it, so sort of takes you probably about that long sort of trial and error with a few bits and pieces, and yeah, what we're doing now is definitely working and starting to pay off.
Is it more about Jack Myers getting a bit older too and maturing? He came out of mini stocks with a hiss and a roar, hit super stocks, got hit by everything. Is it Jack Myers being a couple of years older and a bit cleverer?
Oh, possibly, yeah, maybe calming down a little bit more and driving a bit smarter, but yeah, hey, look, everybody knows there's a lot of luck's involved also, so you can have the fastest car on the day by far, but all it takes is a flat tyre now and you're out, so...
Well, good luck in defending that title. You've done the hard yards last year, bit of running tonight, and then tomorrow night all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, no, we'll have a good night tonight watching and helping Mike out in the other car, and yeah, hopefully we can sort of pull it all together and have a clean run tomorrow and be somewhere near the top.
Scotty Myers, how long before he jumps back in car?
Oh, yeah, I think he's sort of well on his way out now. It's just a time thing for him, really. He's still got a car in the shed, but yeah, I'd say, I don't know. He keeps saying, I'm done. And then he keeps popping up in a car again, so you'd never tell.
Thanks, Jack. Take care. Be safe, eh?
Cheers, thank you.
There you go, defending champion Jack Myers, and they touched on a couple of pretty good points there with these drivers. It's the exuberance, the youthful exuberance, Barry, as they come out of the mini stocks and hop into these big, powerful beasts, and just the years that they take to learn the craft, to fine-tune it. But yeah, just that exuberance that they come out thinking that they know how to do it after their years of mini stocks. We know how good they are, but sometimes it just takes a little while to absolutely nail it and get it right.
Yeah, I think some of them will have a breakout season by the following year. Everybody knows how good they are. I mean, everybody that does well in mini stocks doesn't automatically do well in super stocks and vice versa. But yeah, once somebody's had one good season in super stocks, a year or two out of mini stocks, yeah, they become a target for everybody, and then they can go through a few years where the results just don't come their way. They're a little bit more of a target, and yeah, if they're going around the outside of somebody, they tend to get tapped a little bit more than they might have done in their initial season. But yeah, they always fight back. You know how good these Myers and the Reese and that sort of thing that have come out of mini stocks are.
Oh, what an amazing lineup of super stocks. The last cars have come out onto the track, so now they start exiting. We're not going to get the big picture opportunity tonight because we are going to be rocking into it. Give these guys the chance to chill and relax before race time gets underway at 7 o'clock. We might try to grab another one or two maybe before they do disappear, but it's an amazing lineup of machinery.
See the new cars down there of Wayne Hemi and Jordan Deere, or one meeting old. Palmerston North last Saturday night, the 591P and the 581P. And out of different chassis manufacturers as well.
Yeah, which is a little bit different because, well, mind you, in saying that, Jordan Deere's been racing the original, well, the Red Walker 2, wasn't it?
Yes.
Which was a gorge chassis, and Wayne had the Vendetta. But yeah, they've both gone to new cars this year and gone down different tracks. And both on the same kind of timeline. They still look relatively similar, and both of them, I gather, would have been pretty happy with their first up performances last week.
Yeah, I think so. Hemi won a heat down there at Palmerston North, and yeah, I mean they had 30 plus super stocks down there, so any time you can do that's pretty good going. Jordan Dare with the Linton, and Hemi, like you say, with the Christchurch built QTR chassis, built by Jamie Hamilton, and the 571P being Jamie Hamilton's car from last season. So
yeah, they certainly look pretty good. Right, let's head back trackside Minties with Alan McRobbie.
Alan, home track 10R is more sort of New Zealand Superstock Teams champion. You're coming back to World 240s. Teams racing's where it's at, isn't it?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the teams racing, but we're not here to make up numbers, so hopefully it's a good weekend.
Well, you know, we go back a few years, and there was a three-way run-off in Stratford a few years back with the three of us, and from there you stepped into Superstocks, and it's been good and bad, really, isn't it?
Yeah, we've had our ups and downs. Just stuck with the old girl for the whole time. I think it's been over 10 years now since then, so the old girl's still going strong. She's still straight and still giving it a go.
In between racing, what do you do?
Well, just retired from footy, so it's going to be good having a winter off, but other than that, yeah, just mainly footy. With that first corner, you miss all the carnage and get through from the back, you know, and then I think we got grid 11, 24 and 4, so hopefully I can make my way through at the start and have a good end.
11's all right on the inside going in that first corner. You don't want to be too wide, really, do you?
Yeah, no, that's where you want to be, and try and push your way to the inside. And
hey, nice to see Dad still pedaling around. Is he doing all right in there trying to make the car go?
Yeah, he's got his little stick accelerator in there, so he still pedals it around.
He's a dangerous man, that bloke. He's a dangerous man.
Yeah. Can't get him out, eh?
Hey, good luck out there tonight, eh?
All right, cheers, mate.
Alan McRobbie, 10R, local man, and of course part of the Rotorua Superstock Teams champions, and weren't that just a wonderful victory last year?
Oh, yeah. You don't need to remind me about that, Minty. So, you only had the chance to talk to a couple of drivers. There may be a little bit of apprehension from the drivers down there, Minty, as far as having a chat to you. A bit of nervousness, maybe.
A couple drove straight past me. That was very nice of them. Just waved at me and smiled, but I knew that was probably going to happen anyway. Hopefully I might even just try it as we walk across. I'll ask Kerry Remnant, is this a New Zealand title? And we'll grab him off the back just quickly as he comes off the 19M. Kerry Remnant, just quickly, is this a New Zealand title, and for want of a better word right now?
Oh, you'd think so with everything else that's going on. It's probably the biggest meeting we're going to have this season. So
nerves?
Oh, you know, you always got that a little bit. I think I've sat on the dummy grid a few times.
It's tough to qualify here, but you've just got to be consistent and hope everything goes well in it.
Yeah, you need a lot of luck. Obviously, there's a lot happening around with the other drivers and that, but yeah, just a bit of luck and just consistent, and you hopefully get through.
You're in with the drivers, a lot of guys in the pits. Is it a little bit of approaching the Worlds this year a little bit differently to what they normally do?
I don't know. I just stayed out of the sun today. I didn't really talk to anyone.
Yeah, you want to work on your suntan, eh?
Nah, not really.
Hey, mate, sitting around, anything changes to the car? Anything you've done in the last couple of weeks to the car other than try and fix a bit of rebuilding after Huntley?
Nah, last couple of weeks, yeah, we just tried to make it look the part and fix the basics from Huntley teams. And obviously it'll get another tidy up before Palmy teams. So tonight it's mechanically sound. It cosmetically is not the best, but yeah, sure.
The driver pull up the last couple of days or the next days after a teams meeting?
Oh, slowly. Done it too long now. I know no different.
Question for you. How will you know when it's time?
Oh, it's getting there. It's getting too expensive. And yeah, I just do it on a wage, and obviously I got some good sponsors, so it is hard, but I managed to do it somehow.
Indeed, mate. Good luck out there. Have some fun, eh?
Yep. Cheers. Thank you.
And we won't see you on the middle.
No.
Anderton Decorators are a long-established Canterbury company covering the whole of the South Island who love to support their local community. If you require expert advice from design to application, then Shane has the expert team to ensure your next project is hassle-free with a professional finish. Floor to ceilings, walls to roof, inside, outside, commercial or residential. Let our team take the hassle out of your decorating. Give us a call now on 027 Painting. That's 027 724 6846. Anderton Decorators, we have you covered.
Our first race of the weekend here at TWS Paradise Valley Speedway. As support this weekend, the On-Site Auto Electrical Mini Stocks Invasion. Of course, with their modern fleet of service vehicles, On-Site Auto Electrical ready to come to you. You can give Paul a call on 07888 7579. A 20 car field for our mini stocks. It is invitation, so should be some good fierce racing amongst these local drivers who will grid up. See the 29R car there of Megan Pinder with Crash Bandicoot on it, one of the best paint jobs on a speedway car in the country. It really has to be. There's Pippa Berg in the 94. It's Paradise Valley Speedway. It's where we are, with a great location. Been around since 1969, 365 metres long. Clay and lime surface, 11.5 metres across the straights. And an 8-lap race coming up. Heat 1 for the mini stock invasion, and the green flag drops and we are underway here at Paradise Valley Speedway, and it's going to be Caleb Stanaway in the 39 who leads them through the first turn. But the 11 of Jack Cunningham gets his nose in front, but very quickly Tasman Bryson has raced through to the lead. One of the quick ones. Oh, there's a bit of bumper work going in there as a couple of cars get caught out down into turn 3 for the first time. So it is Tasman Bryson who leads at the end of the first lap. And a little bit of overcooked there from the 42. Into the side comes Jack Cunningham, turns them around. Of course, non-contact here in the youth mini stocks, but occasionally it's a little bit tough for them to avoid the contact, and I think that's what happened there with Jack Cunningham in the number 11 when Tasman Bryson went around. We've got the triple. Who is your race leader? Or has George Crawford actually managed to sneak through all of that mayhem? Maybe he did. And amongst the chaos, so 971 is your race leader. Still a few cars getting caught out in the turn. Around goes 723 of Braden McDonald, who was running up in the top positions as well. Of course, took away a trophy last weekend down in Wanganui. The 88 and the 42. Cohen Wright, Tasman Bryson combining to win the club trophy for Rotorua down at that big mini stock event in Wanganui. 5 laps gone, 3 to go. Still the 971. Who is your race leader? And around goes Pippa Berg, the 94, with a spin in turn 2. Cohen Wright, an 88, and the 93 of Flynn Fraser. That's second and third. Close little battle going on between those two mates. George Crawford's put a couple of back markers between himself and those two doing battle for the minor spots. So as George Crawford comes around onto the pit straight, he'll get the white flag here. There it is. 1 to go for the 971. 26 points for the win. There's the battle for second. It's a tight one. But George Crawford, good race from him. Popped out in amongst some of that mayhem. Managed to avoid it all. And takes the first checkered flag of the night. So 971 George Crawford. Home in first place. Cohen Wright in second, 88R. Flynn Fraser, the 93 in third. Jack Cunningham in fourth. Caleb Stanaway rounds out the top 5. Then Brown, Dixon, Bryson, Murray, Steiner and McDonald to round out the top 10. Fastest lap of the race went the way of Tasman Bryson. 19.585. Fastest lap of the race. So there we go. Race 1 of the weekend. Done and dusted. And the best thing about a big meeting like this, when you're a Superstock fan, is the fact that no mucking around. We are straight into the Superstocks red group out on track for us very shortly. But of course, we'll see 2 more from the mini stocks across the course of the night, thanks to On-Site Auto Electrical.
Hi, Malcolm Nardo from Suck It Up. We specialise in hydro excavation in the Canterbury region, safe big methods around services. Also we do septic tank cleaning, drain cleaning, CCTV over your pipes. If you want an excellent service, please check us out on Facebook.
Suck It Up Limited, 740 Marston Road, Christchurch. Call them 24 hours a day on 027 588 8809.
red group are on track. Here's the grid. Steve Hampton will line up on pole. Penn outside him. Onto row 2, it is Flavel and Carter. Then we go to the Stratford 141, sitting on grid number 5. 22W Richard Gaskin on grid 6. It's Jason Long and Mark Costello on row number 4. Running up the top 10, Malcolm Nartai on grid 9 and former World 240s champion Peter Bengston on 10. Josh Prentice and Brett Nichols fill up grids 11 and 12. We got one of the youngsters, former mini stocker, the 89R, Brody James on the inside, grid 13. Kieran O'Brien on grid 14. Then we go to Malcolm Reed and the 85 of Brad Eulenberg on 15 and 16. Damien Orr and Craig Chatfield are on the next row. Then we go to Paul Maybe and Blake Adamson on grid 20. So down towards the back it is Mike McCarthy on grid 21. Another former champion Wayne Hemme, grid 22. Aidan Eustace and Ken Hunter on grids 23 and 24. And all alone on the back row, Grooming, Adam Groom out of Miani in Hawke's Bay. So we're just going to do a little bit of a additional lap here just to check the grid. Steve Hampton in the 66 will start from pole. And this one, Barry, Superstock's on track at Paradise Valley. You can't beat it, really, can you?
Yeah, certainly the two NZ of Jason Long got a nice handy grid position in this one, grid 7. And he'll be looking to make the most of that car. Looked extremely quick down at Miani just after New Year. And we all know how good Jason Long is as well. So consistent, isn't he? He's been 1, 2 and 3 NZ at different times. And still a relatively short career. It'd be interesting to see how Wayne Hemme goes from the back of the grid in this first heat.
And of course, we talk about how there hasn't been a lot of stuff going on as far as meetings being held. And we've got a lot of guys here this weekend who are only in their, some of them, their very first meeting in a brand new car. Others are only in their seconds. Only in their second meetings here. And then you've got other guys who are out here in cars that maybe not brand new but are still relatively new to them. And you actually take a look at this field thanks to Stats Boy over here. You talk about Jason Long being in this field. He's one of these guys who likes to update his car every year. There's actually 2 of his former cars in this field. The Brody James 89R is an ex-Jason Long car, and also the 25 of Kieran O'Brien. That's an ex-Jason Long car. So a lot of relationships going on here. Got a problem down at the pit gate for the 335 of Kenneth Hunter. So we'll just wait for the officials. Oh, here we go. Oh,
no bonnet.
No bonnet on there.
Forgot to put the bonnet on, so it's coming on now.
Yeah, that's always helpful. So the 3-minute bell and, well, 10 seconds into it. It's not going to take them long.
Well, we did see at Waikaraka Park last Saturday night. Car came out without its wing on and had to take the 3 minutes to the pit gate to bolt the wing on because they had no number on the roof. And we've had discussions about that before.
Has that become a discussion now that it does have to? Because how often do we see cars come out in a third heat, don't want to wreck their wing, and they're maybe going to do some blocking, so they take the wing off?
I don't know whether the driver realised it wasn't on and pulled up at the pit gate, or whether the team waved the wing across the pit gate, so he pulled up in a hurry. But yeah, we went out, did the warm-up lap without it, and then bolted the wing on for
so where does that leave you, Brownie? Brownie, where does that leave you if you get rolled? Just land back on your wheels, take your wing off, and it's sort of still hanging on or not hanging on when you go off.
Well, I suppose that's the same as that kind of rule with
wheel guards.
With wheels, wheels come off. Although that's changed now too, hasn't it? With
Hemme
regards
with a problem.
To Wayne Hemme's got a problem now. Remember the issue here. So he's pulled up to the gate. His crew are now going to have to race down there. There is only 1 minute 45 seconds left of the 3-minute bell, because you can only have one 3-minute bell.
So his crew are getting the call, they can come. Wayne's not happy with something.
Was he? I think he was rubbing up at his mirror. Maybe he was looking for some tape or something. So just 1.5 minutes left now on this 3-minute bell. So Minty, while we got the break, okay, he's going to check out and see what the issue might be there. So we talk about
Something with his neck brace, head brake round, something not sitting right on his hands around his helmet.
And this is what you talk about, these new cars.
New cars. So
he's only done one meeting in this car, and yeah, you don't learn everything. And
he's actually got the foam neck brace as well, so something wasn't sitting properly, or it came unattached, or he couldn't see it, just wasn't right.
All right, so he's obviously happy, and so there we go. He'll take his spots. Of course, the issue was with the 335, Kenneth Hunter, so he's come around, he's on grid 24, so he's down the back anyway.
Paul, do we mention 48N, because it hasn't been a good run?
Oh, look, Brett Nichols, he's one of our favourites, isn't he?
Isn't he cool? He's just the coolest.
We really love Brett Nichols and love supporting him, but again, we talk about Malcolm Nartai earlier on with just not a lot of luck here at Paradise Valley. Let's hope it rubs off on those South Islanders. Minty, quick few words before we get underway.
Different tension down here this time. These guys are treating this like a New Zealand title. Very, very tense in the pits. Got to say happy birthday to Jack McLaughlin and Nelson too.
All right, thank you very much. It is, yeah, this is it. No New Zealand Championship, no North Islands, no South Islands, no New Zealand Grand Prix. The World 240s, though, it rolls on.
Who's missing, Paul?
Sorry?
Who's missing from behind James?
In
front of Damien Orr.
13, grid 15. Malcolm Reed is missing.
No, he's behind Damien Orr.
Okay, no, he's the wrong way round. Oh, the officials on the track have got it wrong.
Yeah, they've got him back to front.
They do. So that gap shouldn't be there.
No.
No, Damien Orr is in the right place. Malcolm
Reed's in the wrong place.
Yeah, and they're saying okay, but...
No, but he's not. He's got a bit of paper. He should have it right. Not the way to start from an official's point of view. They've got it wrong.
Gonna start.
So now you've got two right down the back, so slight disadvantage, but we're underway. 12 laps, qualifying, red group. Here we go. Jason Long's in reverse. Jason Long's in reverse. You could see his wheels spinning backwards as he tried to take off.
How does that happen?
Again, we talk about the new car thing. But out front it is Steve Hampton who takes the lead. Hemi gets taken to the wall in a clash there with the 888 and the 335.
Now Long's lost it all by himself, backwards into the wall, turn 3, just overdriving to make up the ground.
Yeah, because this, for Jason Long, this was his front grid, so he really did a good one here. So it's Steve Hampton who leads the way. Damien Orr's on the infield, and so is Malcolm Reed. There we go, there's those two cars.
The two guys are in the, well, one that was in the wrong place, one that was blocking his way.
See, that shows you how them being round the wrong way has influenced that race now, because it could have been a completely different story. Out front though, Steve Hampton is your race leader. Oh, the smoke coming from the 198 of Mark Costello. Adam Groom is on the infield. So Costello looks like he's going to pull off. Brett Nichols gets spun around down there in turn number 2. So he resumes the fight. Richard Gaskin leading a big group of cars around and onto the main straights. So out front, still Steve Hampton in the 66, leading from Peter Bingston. Brodie James doing a good job there in 3rd, and Richard Gaskin is in 4th place in the 22W. And sadly, the 48N of Brett Nichols pulls onto the infield. Big charge from Joe Carter as he nudges his way up the inside of Scott Penn and also Kieran O'Brien, the two cars, and he made that pass on through turn 2. Out front though, still the 66 is Steve Hampton. Chatfield runs wide good. Couple of cars being passed there by 888 Mike McCarthy. Peter Benston's caught up on our race leader. Change for the lead potentially. Oh, round goes O'Brien into the concrete wall. Whole lot of cars in a tangle coming off turn 2. Peter Benston puts the big bumper into Steve Hampton. Tries sending him wide. It's a good battle for the race lead with 4 to go. Hampton puts a car length between himself as Benston tries to get up the inside of Kieran O'Brien. He closed the gap really fast for a moment there, Peter Benston. So they're running 1 and 2. Then it's a gap back to Brodie James, then Richard Gaskin. Hayden Eustace has got issues in the 97. So So Steve Hampton doing a good job, still out the front from pole position. Now here comes Bengston again. He's going to look up the inside as Hampton runs wide. They're side by side onto the pit straight. Hampton into the concrete wall. Now nudges him wide on. He's going to blow a tyre. Hampton, that'll be his race over, isn't it? No, it wasn't the tyre. Must have just been some debris on the track. White flag is out, 1 to go. And Peter Bengston will take the race win. So there we go. Let's take a look at how your top 10 shaped up in that one. Peter Bengston takes the race win, 58p. 66R, Steve Hampton home in second. Then we went to the 89R of Brodie James. 22W, Richard Gaskin was fourth. Joe Carter, big with the bumper throughout that one, up into fifth place. 5G, Josh Prentice. Didn't even mention him all race, but he's home in sixth. Malcolm Nartai in seventh. 85S Brad Eulenberg in 8th, Scott Penn in 9th place, and the Red Walker, the newie, 591 Wayne Hemi in 10th place. The minors there for you as well. Take a look at Barry's analysis on some of the big moves in that one, Barry.
Yeah, just having a quick look. Wayne Hemi from grid 22 up to 10th. He'd be pretty happy with that. One place ahead of Jason Long, but of course he started from grid 7, finished 11, so he's actually gone backwards by 4 spots.
Although he actually ended up 26th before the first corner, or grid 25.
He did.
Before the first corner, so not a bad recovery.
No, he made up a huge amount of ground, all in saying that. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 DNFs there. Which will actually help him a bit as well, because he scored points, they haven't.
All right, let's head down. Let's have a quick chat with Peter Bengston.
Peter Bengston, good start to the night. Car's going well. You're on rails.
Yeah, good for a year's break from here, but no, from grid 10 I've done all right.
Can't be any hater bail. You're at the World 240s.
I've got some workers for that.
Nice to have you back here, and of course, just dialed back in. It just did everything right.
Oh, track's awesome. You know, you guys have done a good job up here, and for the heat of the day, it's got some good grip.
Win up first, we'll take that all day long.
Technical Welding Services Hamilton are specialists in the transit concrete mixer industry. From chassis drop-off to a full working concrete mixing, the team will take care of the job from start to finish. Full engineering services and general sheet metal work can also be undertaken. Need a quote? Call 07 847 2031. Or visit our website www.techweld.nz. Technical Welding Services Hamilton, we are the experts.
Just a quick one, Paul.
Yeah, Barry.
Basically, all the cars, 48N, 97, 9B, 81R, 41 and 741, all flat tyres. 48N with a bit of shock challenge, but other than that, 7 cars by my reckoning to the infield, 513 as well, all with flat tyres.
And
no other real damage.
And of course, they're kind of cracking down on that this year, aren't they, the officials, with regards to cars with flat tyres?
What about left front? Are you allowed to run with a flat left front?
No.
97, that's what Damien Orr came down here for, because Aidan did about 8 laps with a flat left front.
All right, here we go.
I thought it was only the right side tyres.
Oh,
into the crowd.
I got told it was all, but I could have been informed wrong.
We might need to. I'll check that one with the referee over the course of the weekend. And once again, that's for individual racing, different for teams racing when there's only 8 cars on the track.
All right, here we go. Green Group On track now. This is their opening heat of the night, and again it is a 12-lapper. As we take a look at the grid, wow, already through it there, through our stream, but at the front it'll be Bryce Steiner, who will start on pole. Oh, we've got a different group out there. Okay, sorry, no, Jordan Deere. I was looking at the wrong heats. Jordan Deere, the 581, will start on pole. Outside him, the 5W of Keegan Levine. Row 2, 22V, Scooter McIntosh is there. And Sam Guys, the local, in 51 on grid 4. Grid 5 is 971C, Jaden Ward. Looking for some better results here this year than tonight than he did earlier on in the season at Paradise Valley. He starts on grid 5, and outside him 87B, Thomas Stanaway. Grid 7 is the 93M of Mark Dunn, and grid 8 is 981R Steve Gray. On to row 5, we've got Matthew Pickard on the inside and Robbie Morris on the outside. Alan McRobbie starts on grid 11 in 10R, and on grid 12 is can't find my grid 12. There it is, 26V, Kaylin Mooney. They make up the first 6 rows of this opening heat for Green Group.
If you're looking for someone to keep an eye on this one, have a look at the 3NZK down on grid 21, Mitch Vickery. A couple of weeks ago, teams racing's a different thing, Paul.
Yes.
But man, he was on form, wasn't he? He has been quick this season.
Yeah, and he's done a couple of meetings here at Paradise Valley already this year, so he knows his way around the track. It was obviously, as we just talked about, the New Zealand Championships held here at Paradise Valley last year, and he did finish third. So the 66M has pulled up to the pit gate. That is Mark Hemingway. So again, it looks as though we're going to go for a 3-minute bell. So we'll see what the issue is there in a moment. We'll get an update from Minty if we can get any for Mark Hemingway. Because this is the car that, new car this year, and it was due to be driven by Todd Hemingway.
The gate's broken.
Okay, we've got issues with the gate now. So yeah, this
now
was,
they've got the 3 minutes.
So this was Todd Hemingway's car.
Yep.
Or is Todd Hemingway's car. New one for him this season, and then at Huntly earlier on this year, got caught up in a bit of a melee. He was an innocent bystander, effectively, in another payback shot.
Kiki, wasn't it? Asheries?
Oh, was it Kiki? Oh,
Kiki,
was it Kiki?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he suffered quite a serious injury, so he's out of the car, and I believe this is old man Mark Hemingway in the car. And I did a meeting at Bay Park last weekend, I think. So we've got Minty right there on the scene, keeping an eye on this. So thoughts with Todd? Obviously,
they're adjusting the pressure relief valve that's on the dry sump, and it looks like the pressure relief valve was letting off too soon, so it's relieving the oil pressure before it should be. So there's a little adjustment on the inside of the cab. He's put his Allen key on top. What do we got for oil pressures now? Come up to about 150 psi, 150 degrees, sorry, and the psi is a whole lot better than it was, sitting at about 40. So he's still adjusting that pressure relief valve. What it was the relief valve was letting the oil off too early, so the oil pressure wasn't being consistent. So he's just adjusted that, and he should be right to go.
All right. He will take up grid 24, so right down the back anyway, hence the reason there doesn't look to be any holes in the track. Look, we talk about the quality of the field. So on grid 2 we've got Keegan Levine, former World 240s champion. Look back on 7 rows back on the inside, 118 Bryce Steiner from Rotorua. He's a former World 240s champion. Outside him, Scott Joblin, 52P, 2-time winner of the World 240s. It's an exciting looking lineup. So they get set to go racing shortly. We've got 1 minute and 3 seconds left on this 3-minute bell. And former New Zealand stock car champion Alan McRobbie down there in the 10R. What a lineup of race cars and talented drivers, and this is just one group of 4. Of course, remember tomorrow night, 26 finalists will go at it. So they're happy in the Hydrolink 66M. Mark Hemingway will come around and join the back. for Green Group qualifying at the Technical Welding Services World 240s. Officials are happy. Give the thumbs up. The pace car pulls off in the starter's hands. Let's go racing. So it's Keegan Levine who gets the best jump from the outside. Jordan Deere drops back to third with Sam Guys moving up into second spot. A little bit of a problem in there for the 22 of Scooter McIntosh. So he drops down and around goes Patterson in the 31. So it is Keegan Levine who leads through the opening lap. Problems down in turn number 3 and 4, Scooter McIntosh, and also the Hayden Chapman 247 as the race leaders come around. It is Levine, Guys, Deere and Stanaway, your top 4. So the problem's obviously for Scooter McIntosh in the 22. Hayden Chapman just got caught out there. We're going to go red soon, I'm sure, with Scooter McIntosh sitting stranded in the middle of turn 3 and 4. So here's your battle. Red flag, red flag. And there's Scooter McIntosh, the 22V. That is not the start you want at the World 240s.
No,
obviously,
that all started going wrong halfway down the back straight, didn't it?
Yeah.
And, they were running about 6 wide there, and he finished up getting forced across the infield, tangled up with another car.
I think it must have been something's obviously gone wrong with the car, and he was slowing, and the other cars were trying to get past. So let's take a look at the replay on the Vistamax big screen. You can see him gets slightly spun and taken infield there, along with Mark Dunn. And Pickard gets spun around. Oh, then he's out wide there as so that's towards the end. That's heading up into turn 3 and 4. Yes, I think obviously the mechanical issues early on, and he was trying to slow and get out of the way, and just got caught up with everyone. So
Jordan Deere off the start line absolutely spun the wheels up, went nowhere, which was really nice for Keegan Levine. He managed to get around and away from that big freight train. Deere's car just sat up and went nowhere off the start.
Right, race leader is car number 5 heading down into turn 3. Then it's 51, 581 and 87 in this battle for second. So Sam Guys in the 51R car, he's racing in some pretty good company here in the top 4 with Levine, Deere and Stanaway. Then we go back to Robbie Morris in the 638. All around goes Mark Dunn. That's forced the 58 car of Stephen Roygard wide. Oh, and another couple of crunches into the concrete. Dunn causing all kinds of issues with that car stranded down there as Levine just flies through in the car number 5. The race leader, he just kept his foot hard up, and now he's up and amongst some back markers. And he could get caught out here, Keegan Levine, he does. Sam Guys to the lead. Oh, Levine turns right on Pickard, and that sends Jordan Deere into the concrete wall.
That was all livening up just as the red flag came out.
It was. Sam Guys is driving a brilliant race at the moment out front in the 51R car. He's now on less than a car length between himself and Levine. He probably deserves a bit more than that. Sam Guys in the 51R. Started on grid 4. So that all kind of started with Mark Dunn in the 93. He got spun up down there, and it was everybody trying to avoid him.
Ross Ashby looks like a left front flat tyre just down the main straight in front of the 24R. Hemingway in the 66 comes to the infield as well. I just wonder if that oil pressure is playing up again. It wasn't just that relief valve.
James Clark to the infield as well, the 29G. He got big hit into the concrete wall. Right, race leader 51R, the red car of Sam Guys is your race leader. 5W, Keegan Levine sits in second. Then 87, Thomas Stanaway, and 581, Jordan Deere. It is tight. Here comes Jaden Ward as well. There's like 4 car lengths between the top 5. And now Sam Guys knows who he's playing with now. As all of a sudden he drops back to third. All round goes Deere, gets caught up there with Jaden Ward. Oh, Hayden Chapman takes a couple of big hits and almost up and over. Again, whole lot of action happening as Chapman still hasn't moved out of turn number 2. Problems for Jaden Ward in the 971. So race leader is still the 5 of Keegan Levine. He's got issues. Levine stopped. And Sam Guys has got caught out and spun around. Now Levine moves again and gets clobbered by Robbie Morris. So new race leader is the 87 of Thomas Stanaway. There is just mayhem everywhere in this one. So Keegan Levine, he was coming around turn 2 and he just stopped.
No, he's going to go straight head on into the 247. He had nowhere to go and he had to stop. And as he went round him, he got whipped up by another car going through.
Yeah, that was Robbie Morris.
Yeah,
But
he had nowhere to go. It was either head on or stop.
So where did Sam Guy's rip his right front wheel out?
So he got spun around when Levine stopped. Guys got caught out in amongst what was happening there. I didn't see there where his wheel got ripped out though. So here's a replay on the Vistamax Super Screen.
It's just sheared the kingpin clean off top and bottom.
So that's from a couple of laps ago, that replay we were watching there. So let's take a look here. Here's Levine out wide. No, see, no, that's so that replay's from the lap before. It was the next time around that Levine stopped. Right. So Jaden Ward's dropped back through the field as well, dropped down to 9th. And Keegan Levine is down in 14th. But the race leader is the 87 of Thomas Stanaway. Coming down there into turn 3 and 4. Then back to Caelan Mooney, who's jumped up into 2nd place. White flag out, 1 to go. So Thomas Stanaway puts a lap now on Keegan Levine. And Stanaway will come home and take the win. So let's take a look at your top 10. Unofficial, of course, 87B, Thomas Stanaway takes the win. Caelan Mooney comes home in 2nd place. Jordan Deere, 581P in 3rd. The 3NZ of Mitch Vickery, big move up into 4th place.
From grid 21.
Yeah, big move. Scott Joblin finishes in position 5. Bryce Steiner, 118R in 6th. 638 Robbie Morris in 7th. Lloyd Jennings, the 25C, in 8th place. Jaden Ward, 971 in 9th. And Robbie Maybe, 33R, rounds out the top 10 spots. So the big moves in that one, Barry?
Yeah, certainly nobody will beat the 3NZ Mitch Vickery from up 17 spots, 21 to 4th. But yeah, good moves from quite a few in behind. Scott Joblin, 5th place from grid 14, so up 9. Steiny with 13 to 6, so he went up 7. Robbie Morris, I think, pretty good move as well. Grid 10 to 7th. Lloyd Jennings, the 25C, came from a little way back, grid 16 to 8th. I think the 971C, yeah, went backwards, grid 5 down
Brownie.
to 9th. Minty.
Just a quick one down here. Steph Roygaard, how tough out there, mate?
Yeah, it's not bad, a bit slick for the first one, but it's not too bad.
The bit of, is that clutch smell or brake smell I can get here?
It's probably just a bit of oil on the headers.
How's things looking? You enjoying driving this? You been enjoying being part of this team setup?
What was that?
You enjoying being part of this team setup?
Yeah, it's not bad, eh? It's a good environment, so something to look forward to in a few weeks.
Gives your father something to do, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. We've had a bit of dramas the last few weeks, so it'd be good to actually finish a few.
Going to change anything between this heat?
Nah, just probably have a good check over it, and that's pretty good. So,
got any of that Flash Hurricanes kit from your brother yet?
Oh, I got a bit of the hand-me-down stuff from last year.
Good luck, mate. Have some fun.
Want mag wheels now? We've got 14-inch mag and tyre combos from only $8 a week, 15s from $10 a week, and 17s from only $12 a week. 15 stores nationwide, limited time, only at Mag and Turbo.
guys.
Nice to see Stanaway back too, eh?
Yes, yeah, certainly is. We've got the official results through from Heat 1.
We've still got the ladies' grids to do too, so we'll try and do those when they're coming out because they're a little bit quieter than what the super stocks are.
So, 2 groups down, 2 to go. Or if you're wanting, let's take a look at the grid. Sheldon Arapete, his first 240s. He'll start on pole. Chad Ace alongside brand new car, the 4K. Grid 3, Hayden Hart. Lofty's there in the 166. Des Curry, 106R on grid 4. Peter Reeves will start on grid 5 alongside Scotty McEwen, who's moved to the Bay, 15B. Zach Glennie, 47 on grid 7. And the 218 of Aaron Alderton on grid 8. Seth McConchy on 9. Carl Shearer starts on 10. And on row 6, it's Matty Wise. And we've got the 74R of Jared Gray. Rebecca Barr is 34P starting on grid 13 alongside the 96 of Brad McGee. Then we've got the 21 of Brendan Ashton and Michael Rumney, the 2 local cars on 15 and 16. Russell Hunter is on 17. Dale Robertson, 89W alongside. Then it's Shannon Orr and Kerry Remnant, 19 and 20. The 22R of Les Hepworth starts on grid 21 with Seth Hodge back for his second 240s, the former mini stocker. Daniel Burmester on grid 23, and on grid 24 is the 73A of Bryce Marks. And rounding out our field for Heat 1 in blue group is the 95K of Daryl Williams. Dale Robertson, the final car out the gates. Stan Hickey will drive the... So somebody else has moved into Bobcat duty. So Stan Hickey, who drives the water truck off. The gate will close and we'll see, hopefully, they've got this sorted. Yeah, it looks like it's just slotted straight back into place. There we go.
Round of applause.
Round of applause and a sigh of relief. I am sure. 218 Aaron Alderton will start on grid 8. He has got some issues by the looks of it. Pulls up to the pit gates. So hence the reason why all these cars are sitting way back.
He's a brand new dad, so this is his first race meeting of the year.
Oh, well, yes.
So,
and again, new livery.
Yeah, they were losing water in the pits before the... and there's a few guys lying underneath. Just when it was idling in the pits, there was water coming out, and I'd just about say it's the frost plug in the rear of the motor. There was water coming out of that in between the bell housing and the block. So I just wonder if that's still coming out now or something else is wrong. So we'll go and have a look.
All right, here we go. Putting some more liquid in there. So Rebecca Barr in 34P doing double duty again this weekend, Minty.
That's tipping a whole lot of water out the back of that block again. They're tipping water into it, but it's pouring out the back as fast as it's going in. They're going to let it run, so geez, these motors aren't cheap.
So there we go, look at that front row. The 9C of Sheldon Arapete. His first World 240s, of course.
His dad, Stumpy Alderton, saying, let's do it.
Sheldon Arapete in his first World 240s. Grew up racing mini stocks here at Paradise Valley and then into the stock cars. Spent a season in Stratford last year and now making the step up into the super stocks. And he'll have a lot of support across the course of the weekend, I'm sure. Alongside him, Chad Ace in that brand new 4K.
Just can't get used to that number. I had to look twice to think who it was. It really tipped me over.
Yeah. There's a bit of that on the go at the moment, eh?
You shouldn't use phrases like tip me over right at the start of the super stock race, Mindy.
Well, okay. It upset me then. It ruined my rhythm.
But yes, it definitely looks a lot different, doesn't it?
So former champion Peter Rees, 10G, 3 back on the inside row. In front of him is the 166 of Hayden Hart. Behind him on grid 7 is Zach Glennie. 47B. Officials.
Kerry Remnant back on grid 20. He's been going very well this season, including here at Paradise Valley,
yes.
Paul.
Yes, he has. This is blue group. Qualifying heat number 1, it is another 12 lapper. 25 cars. Pace car pulls off. Here those reams come up. Let's go racing. And here's the big push into turn 1 and 2. Most of them are through there. Des Curry though, fast local, has some issues. Rebecca Barr gets turned sideways and pushed backwards down the track. That's holding a whole lot of them up. Now Les Hepworth gets caught in there. Des Curry tries to make his way past, gets a wee bit of air. Maddie Wise all crossed up, coming down the pit straight. Kerry Remnant off onto the infield and gets spat out. Oh, Rebecca Barr, did Sheldon Underpenny just didn't see her?
Yeah, she was trying to pull back out and rejoin the race and decided at the last second to hit the picks, I think, and not enough room for Ella Perry to get through the gap.
Well, this is... Now, it'll be interesting. Like, probably a bit of car damage here, but...
Yeah, the whole front end was already ripped out of the car
was it?
before she drove out, but it's a bit more ripped out now, but she would have been able to carry on. Left front wheel just about clean ripped off that car, and the right front's not much better.
Yep. Okay.
But the 22R of Les Hepworth drove all the way down the main straight.
He was just trying to help us save gas.
Yeah. So we saw her got spun out. We're seeing it on the replay right now on the Super Vistamax Super Screen. She got spun out, and big group of cars in behind her just pushed her sideways. Yeah, look, the front end's already well and truly damaged there. There's Des Curry tries to zip around the outside, gets a wee bit of air.
I actually thought Rebecca car was going to go over it. Luckily stayed on its wheels, and the 106 of Des Curry, it went to a flat tyre for the 15 as well, coming off of Scott McEwen.
And of course, Rebecca Barr doing double duty again this weekend. She's also racing in the Aotearoa Ladies Crown. Thanks to Sharky's Engineering, our major sponsor of that one. The first heat of that is a couple of races away. So at least she gets one race between, and she can let the crew do all the work, fix the car, because she's got other things to worry about. So our race leader is the number 10 of Peter Rees, just heading into turn 1 and 2, right in front of the Vistamax Super Screen early in the race. We've only done 2 laps, so as they sit on the track, that's pretty much your race order.
That's broken the front beam clean in half on the bar car.
All right, lights are out, wait for the green, let's go. Peter Rees, race leader, doing it easy up the front at the moment as the 95 picks up a spot. Drifting wide this time around though, and a couple up the inside through turn 2 on Daryl Williams. As the Hunter car takes Jared Gray wide through turn 4. So there's quite a few people struggling with their setups in the early part of this race meeting tonight. Oh, and over! Shannon Orr! So I missed it, we got caught up there with.
Dead unlucky. Just turned a bit sideways and the wheels dug in. Chad Ace is out of his car. That car's on fire.
Yeah, he's climbing out in a hurry.
They're over there looking after the other car, but we're going to need a fire extinguisher with a 4K. Because the wheels come out of the steering compartment. Maybe not on fire, maybe might have a hole in the block. Dare I go and have a look?
Yeah, it certainly...
well, as the engine builder, he certainly wouldn't be wanting a hole in the block, would he?
No. It was trailing smoke down this front straight a lap.
Okay, we've got a replay on the super screen here. Yeah. So we've got a whole lot of different angles to show. Then he just almost got parked up on the wall. So here we go. Just gets caught there, tagged by Curry, throws the car sideways, and up and over he goes. Yeah, again, as you said there, Minty, just unlucky. Somebody's happy on the super screen.
Yes. Well, it's not an ideal place to turn right.
No, it's not, is it? It's not what you normally do. Yes.
Can't see any oil leaks.
So would you? I saw you ever had a quick chat to Chad.
He reckons it's just a small oil leak.
Okay.
I think it's quite a big one.
So of course, yeah, brand new car. So that's 5 laps old, and not where it'd want to be parked up right now.
Just an update on Rebecca Barr. That's broken that big beam that goes across for the wheels to hang off. It's broken it clean in half. That's a big piece of box section that's just snapped and shared clean in half. She's might get a quick word with her while we're sitting here. Bex, you broke it.
Yeah, broke it pretty good too, by the looks of it.
That's a whole front beam.
Yeah, it's a pretty big job, so yeah, hopefully the crew can get into it and get it sorted. It's a bit of a bummer for the first race.
You got a bloody good crew. They can do that.
Yeah, unfortunately they'll probably miss the stock car race now, but so thanks guys.
Oh, you'll miss the stock car race. Why?
The crew will probably will.
Ah,
Yeah, 'cause
they'll
they're
get to
gonna be
fix it.
busy.
Oh, you've only got one crew for 2 cars.
Yeah, but I got a bloody good crew, so they'll get the job done.
Yeah, look, nowhere for you to go there. You just got picked up and carried right down the straight.
Yeah, I was just unlucky to get spun, and I'll just hold on for the ride from there, so I'm pretty gutted, but it's racing. It is what it is.
I thought it was almost going to go over for a second.
Yeah, it was a bit touch and go there for a minute, so hopefully the stock car goes better.
Good luck out there, eh?
Sweet, thank you.
Yeah, just looking at that replay again, it looks as though Shannon Orr was coming into turn 3, and he did go to turn into the corner, but then he just kind of taps Maddie Wise, who's coming up the inside, and just that the momentum from Maddie Wise touching the 99 as Shannon was trying to turn left, all of a sudden sent him right. Then that extra hit from Des Curry.
Yes.
And over he went.
Chad Ace, new car. You really want them to keep a bit longer, a bit of oil coming out of somewhere?
Oh yeah, I think something's happened to the power steering because it was going real intermittent, real heavy, and then real light in the steering. And then I saw the smoke coming out, so I actually thought I was on fire, so I just jumped out.
Power steering, that's driven off the motor, or you got electric power steering?
Nah, so that's driven off the back of the dry sump pump. Yeah.
Okay, and it just these things, they fail for no reason, eh?
Yeah, no idea, but yeah, something's going on.
Suppose it's brand new too.
Yeah, that was.
Is there any warranty on that? Do you ask for warranty?
I'd highly doubt it.
Chad, how's the motor building going?
Yeah, pretty busy, which is kind of why I turn up so late to the season. I just prioritise everyone else. So, I mean, it probably does hinder my racing, like coming to championships like this and debuting rather than having a few meetings under my belt and getting the car teething problems ironed out. But hey, that's my business. It comes first.
Indeed, it does. Hey, let's hope you get it back out there.
Yep. Cheers, mate.
All right, you might need to go over and help the tractor driver move his car. There's no steering wheel on there either, is there?
No. Yeah,
oh, there we go.
That's close enough.
Yeah. As long as it doesn't roll too far.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh.
You might want to go and have another shot at that, boys.
Hope it hasn't fired up.
That's something you don't see every day.
Oh no, it could be idling around in first gear, maybe.
Started it.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. It's as he gave it the push start, it started it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now he's got some front bumper damage as well to repair.
Oh, we're seeing it all tonight, aren't we? Jeez.
We haven't even had one round of races yet.
It started idling. That's why it took off.
Yeah,
it was in gear because he left it in gear so it wouldn't roll back on the track.
Yeah.
Oh, fair go.
5 laps down.
Mr. Orr, you were just a passenger.
Pretty much.
Why did you do that?
Well, it wasn't me. I went to go left, not right.
And you went over?
Exactly. At least it wasn't like my brother last time.
Well, no, not as bad. He was a bit more high, wide, handsome and more of a hero, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's him. That's him down to a T.
Serious, he's a hero?
Yeah. He just thinks he is.
Okay, he loves McDonald's though, eh?
Oh, yeah. And you've not seen his stomach.
We can't go. I can't say that on a microphone. He'll never talk to me again.
I can, though.
Okay, then. You'll fix it up, be back out?
Yeah, we'll have a look at that soon.
Oh. Back wheels bent.
Yeah, I'll go and ask Steiny.
It might have broken an axle by the looks of it.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, mate. See how you go, eh?
See, thanks, guys.
All right, race leader is the 10G, Peter Rees, sitting just down in front of the admin building, heading towards the pit gate. He is your race leader. Then we go back to the 9 and the 166 on the pit straight. There you go. You can see that lead that he's got. And they're still trying to sort out the 4K, maybe now trying to get it out of gear so that they can tow it.
They still need help from Chad, eh? So he's on the second run back to the car now.
Yeah. So Rees, Artapeti, Hart. We've got the official results through from Green Group as well. So while they're doing that, confirming Red Group. Back to that first heat. Peter Bengston home in first. Steve Hampton in second. Brodie James, 89R, in third. 22W Richard Gaskin in fourth. 18M Joe Carter in fifth. Confirmed for Red Group. And for Green Group, confirming 87B Thomas Stanaway in first. 26V Kaylin Mooney in second. 581P Jordan Deere in third. Fourth place was the 3NZ of Mitch Vickery. And rounding out the top 5 was
Scott Joplin.
Okay. All right, we'll get that looked at.
We've got no fifth.
No, we've got 2/3. So we'll, on our sheet, so we'll get that down. So we've got, oh look, so there's on the big screen, is that's under the Rebecca Barr car. So we talk about how that big bit of box section, the beam across from the two wheels, that front axle is just bent, broken, snapped. So we've got Daniel Burmester with some issues off the start. Just manages to get it off the track onto the grass in turn 2. Problems for Glennie and Hepworth as they both are wide in the concrete in turn 2. They both lose a couple of spots as Marks comes through. Round goes Glennie now, gets corrected. So Kerry Remnant up into a few spots, he's up into 15th after those issues for him early on in the piece. So race leader, still 10G, Peter Rees. Onto the main straight, onto the pit straight, sorry. He's put a back marker between himself and Sheldon Artapeti. Hayden Hart tries to look up the inside of Artapeti, 166 on 9. That's the battle for second place. Still side by side through turn 3 and 4. Couple to go. Oh, and the car spins up. Des Curry spins up in front of the race leader, Peter Rees. So that ended up affecting all of them. Hayden Hart got right onto the back bumper of Peter Rees for a moment. So the 96 having a whole lot of issues. Brad McGee. White flag out, 1 to go. Oh, Hayden Hart straight ahead into the 74 in the dust. He missed him and Hayden Hart's got issues. He's dropping. He's going to stop this 166. 10G Peter Rees will take the win. Will Hayden Hart limp the 166 home? He might. Oh, Hayden Hart, that's got to be disappointing. With 3/4 of a lap to go, he was in second place and ends up coming home in 13th. Here's your unofficial top 10. 10G, Peter Rees takes the win from 9C, Sheldon Artapeti. 75S, Carl Shearer roared up into third place. Not sure on the Seth McConaughey. There was a lot going on in that race. Seth McConaughey spent a bit of time sitting on the grass down in turn 3.
Okay.
Aaron Alderton in 5th. Brendan Ashton in 6th. Dale Robertson home in 7th place. Michael Rumney 8th. Matty Wise 9th. And Daryl Williams in 10th place. Well, we'll wait on the official results for that. All right. So while we here see Peter Rees head off on his victory lap, let's get down to the pits, and Bianca's got Thomas Stanaway.
Joining me is Thomas Stanaway. Of course, you just motored through. It's what, started position 6, ended up the winner, motored through them all.
Yeah, got a bit lucky with some of those tangle ups, managed just right place at the right time, and that's probably what gave me my gaps, but hey, I'll take it. You know, you can't really, this meeting, it's top 5 qualifiers, so you got to take everyone you can get, every point you can get, so yeah, hopefully we can just sneak through the next 2 and get a couple of good finishes, and hopefully we can get through.
Now, from a spectator's point of view, Thomas, the track looks absolutely mint, but how did you find it?
Yeah, it started off quite wet, and then it sort of came on, and then by the end it actually slickened off quite bad, so the way it's been, apparently it's been real hot up here the last few days, so I think it'll be a real slick all weekend, so hey, it is what it is. We'll just dial the car up and go for gold and hope for the best.
Absolutely. Now, you are starting kind of rear to the pack for your next 2 races, but we were just talking offline, and you actually don't mind grid 19 and 16.
Yeah, I don't mind it. That was my front grid 6, so 19 and then 16. 19's not a bad one, it's on the inside, and hopefully I can get some gaps and sneak through, but anything can happen up here.
And that's the thing in Rotorua, I mean, it's anybody's game, isn't it? You can't say, yeah, that's a safe grid position.
Yeah, no, it's not over until you're driving back in the pits here. Yeah, anything can happen, but that's why we all love it. That's why we all come here, so it's good.
Still got a lot of racing ahead of us, of course, Thomas, but hey, good luck for the rest of the evening.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
Awesome, cheers.
Yeah, and of course, he's another one of these former locals, grew up racing the mini stocks at Paradise Valley, and become one of the top Superstock stars. Of course, I was talking about those t-shirts. Get down and see those. All money raised from those t-shirts goes to Ron McDonald House and Starship Hospital, our 2 recipients of the Valvoline Charity Superstock Invitational event. Minty, you've been out, just have a look at the track there, were you?
Yeah, it is laying a bit of rubber. Roygard was right, it's starting to go, not slick, but there's a bit of rubber getting laid down as you come out of corner 4, which they're talking about. So yeah, maybe that traction thing is the heat. It's not so bad now, it's starting to cool down as Stan tips some more oil on it, but yeah, traction might be a bit of a challenge.
All right, Barry, we're a little bit confused over some of these results in that one, but there was a lot going on in there, so it could be that some of these guys have just kind of jumped up and ended up with some good
being allocated for some of the places don't actually match the places they've been given either. So actually I think I'll just take a photo of that screen and just see what happens when the official result comes through.
Well, the official result's on a different spreadsheet, so it'll be worked out differently.
Find the right piece of paper here. I think I've already shuffled it to the back.
You just got to look at the presentation of these cars and just look at all. It's just wonderful, eh? They spend hours making these cars look absolutely superb, and they change their colour schemes just about meeting to meeting just to confuse us. Dylan Marshall with a new paint job in the 57V.
No, some impressive machinery, all right, out there. Yeah, just talking about that last week. Yeah, Sheldon Perry, second from grid 1. We had Carl Shearer coming home 3rd from grid 10, so pretty good run from him. But yeah, Kerry Remnant made a few spots from his grid 20 for 14s, but got spat to the infield a couple of times. Yeah, Hayden Hart, he's the one I feel sorry for there, dropping back to 13th, second with a lap to go. And that's big points to lose. I think only his first meeting this season. That was his front grid 3, so second place.
Struggled in that one, big time.
He did struggle big time in that one. I've seen him be going around as quick as the 46B that we're going to be seeing out here tomorrow night. Yeah, I don't think I've seen him here at Rotorua before that I can remember. Certainly at Miani, very, very impressive a week or 2 back.
All right, let's take a look at how the yellow group is lining up in this one. Pole position is the 24W of Paul Gaskin. Great to see Paul back behind the wheel. Outside him, the former 1NZ Randy T. Randall Tarrant in the 66. Row 2 is 422 Dylan Ashton on the inside, and 557 out of Christchurch Darryl Wallace is on grid 4. Row 3 is Jamie Hemme, 571 on the inside, and another one of our females in the field, Kendall Ashton, sits in 23R on grid 6. Then it is the 82S of Hamish Booker. Outside him, Callum Clark in 98R. And rounding up the front 5 rows, 351R Paul Vasey and the 62P of Adam Joblin. Those are your front 5 rows. This is the 4th and final qualifying group, heat number 1. Again, it is a 12-lapper in the starter's hands. And let's go racing. William Humphries, former 1NZ, desperately trying to get down on the pole line. Here's the big push into the concrete wall. Kendall Ashton gets caught up out there. Paul Vasey as well. Round goes to 669 of Brendan Tye sideways. They are Mark Decky desperately trying to fight his way through. Round goes the 144 of Tim Ross. And 88 getting caught up there as well, Josh Kahui. Paul Vasey's on the grass. Tim Ross gets his car fired up and out of the way is the race leader. Randall Tarrant comes through. So again, but it's sorting out in the early part of this heat. Problems for the former North Island champ Matt Nielsen in 147. With Tim Ross in 144. Okay, now he's come back to enter the track in the right spot. So the race leader, Randall Tarrant, he's just driving away from the field at the moment with Darryl Wallace and Dylan Ashton battling over second spot. Here comes Paul Gaskin, looks up the inside of the 82 and the 94. William Humphries takes a bit of a wild wall ride. So in this little battle group here, Paul Gaskin leads the way from William Humphries. And the 82 of Hamish Booker. So keep an eye on the 46B of Quinn Ryan. He's making his way through the field from grid 24. He's up into 13th spot. With 5 laps gone in this one. 7 to go. Oh, 5M, the Dykstra car. Oh, he manages to hook reverse just as the field comes raging through. So William Humphries has sorted out his issues and he's jumped up into 3rd place now, but this car, the 66A of Randall Tarrant, he's been one of the form drivers of the season so far and doing a damn fine job as he leads this one from the front row. Problems again for Josh Carr, who he was out there in the concrete wall, still struggling as he makes his way down the pit straight. He's got some steering issues. Likewise, Paul Gaskin at the moment in the 24. He's out bouncing off the concrete in turn 2. Jamie Hemi looks up the inside of him and makes the pass. So race leader still 66, 94, 557, 82 and 62. So Josh Kahui in the 88W finds the grass now, parks himself up. So 2 recent New Zealand champions leading the way. Randy T in the 66, runs a little bit wide this time, and Matt Nielsen's going to get in underneath. He's a lap down though, the 147, so he's essentially unlapping himself. This car of William Humphries just gripping the pole line through turn 3 and 4 that time around, and the chicken flag falls. That race came to an end all of a sudden. So let's take a look at how they came home in that one. And yellow group, heat number 1, provisional results, 66A, Randall Tarrant home in first, William Humphries in 2nd, 557C, Darryl Wallace out of Christchurch in 3rd, 82S, Hamish Booker in 4th, and Adam Joblin in 5th. 422R, Dylan Ashton was 6th. Then we went to Callum Clark in 7th place, Dylan Marshall 57V in 8th, Quinn Ryan 46B was 9th, and 571P Jamie Hemi rounds out your top 10 in the yellow group. We'll get the analysis from Barry in a moment, who's made all the big moves in that one.
Yeah, Quentin Ryan, 9th place from grid 24.
Yeah.
So they're plus 15 for him. Had a good drive from William Humphries too, good steady drive through. Starting on grid 12, 2nd place, so plus 10 for him. Randall Tarrant winning from near the front, doing what he needed to do in that one.
All right, I think we're going to head down to the pits, and Bianca is with Peter Rees.
Congratulations, Peter Rees, winner of the blue group. That was a great win.
Oh, it was my front row grid though, I had grid 5, so it wasn't that great, but a win's a win.
You've got to take the good with the bad, right? That was all good. Come on, take the credit.
Yeah, I managed to avoid all the carnage, and the track slicked off a bit, a few cars spinning out, so yeah, I'll take it.
Now, Thomas Stanaway said the exact same thing. It started off greasy and then it slicked up really quick. Is that what you found?
Yeah, Stan's putting a lot of water on, which it's even for all of us, and then it really blacked off in one line, so it's the same for all of us.
And so do you expect the track to be slicker in race 2 and 3?
I don't actually. The sun's going down and the track seems to come back here. Yep. So we kind of got to guess where we do our setups. So we'll watch it a couple of races and see what we do.
So are you using the same setup in the next race?
No, we've never really used the same setup. So we're changing gears and we're tightening it up a bit.
And can you tell me, do you know where you're coming off in the grids for your 2nd and 3rd race?
Actually, to be fair, I actually don't, and that's naughty.
We'll just wing it when we get on the dummy grid.
I'm sure I'm going backwards from here on.
Pete, any last words, Pete?
Yeah, I think we should wish Michaela a happy birthday.
Big smiles, I bet you're laughing down the camera now. Hey Pete, good luck for the rest of the evening, eh? Put it there. Thanks for your time. You take care. Right. Cheers, guys.
Thank you. Notice we switched the picture away from Peter Rees pretty quickly after he wished Michaela happy birthday.
Vince here from Roadrunner Panel and Paint, and I just want to do a shout out to the guys at Sign Solutions. Hi, Scott here from Expert Cars. If you need signage done in Invercargill, get in touch with Sign Solutions.
Kelly here from First Space Recruitment. Want to do a plug or a shout out to Sign Solutions. They've done fantastic work. Communication is great. Highly recommend them. So Sign Solutions, head on down and see them today.
Barry, oh no, we talked about the big movers in that one. So we've seen all the drivers now across our fields.
We have. I was just thinking Peter Rees's experience in championships showing out there. He knows after getting grid 5 in heat 1, he's going backwards.
Yep.
Yeah, he's done this a few times before, hasn't he?
Once or twice, and more often than not it works out okay for him, doesn't it?
It doesn't work out too bad generally. Because he reckons the absolute highlight of his career, finishing 3rd in the North Island Superstocks at the end of last season behind Asher and Ethan with a Rees podium, and I've never seen a guy so happy to get beaten into 3rd place. So
all right.
You're looking for the ladies' grids.
I was. All right, the Sharkies Engineering Limited ALT Or Ladies Crown. We need to quickly do these grids for you if you wanted to note them down in your program. Apologies, just so much going on. So from the top, 4B, Courtney Hatton will start on grids 19, 6 and 15. 4W, Lexi Hendricks, 22, 9 and 9. 4A, Azaria Simpson, grids 3, 16 and 22. 9B, Stacey Smith, grids 25, 12 and 3. 14B, Gemma Holloway, 15, 2, 23. 15A, Alicia Gordon, grids 17, 4 and 19. 15R, Kendall Reid will start heat 1 on 8, grid 2, race 2, 21 and race 3, 12. 17G, Tara Whiteman, grids 11, 24 and 6. 18V, Hayley James, 20, 7 and 13. 26T, Karina Annan, 21, 8, 11. 42B, Lauren Swift, 23, 10, 7. 51P, Hannah Field, 6, 19, 16. 57B, Aria Berg, 4, 17, 20. 69S, Carol Pajerski, 18, 5:17. 83S Dana Kingsbeer 14:125. 98S Cheyenne Reed 7:20.14. 121 GM Shanae McNally 16:3.21. 134P Rebecca Barr 2:15.24. 189R Miller Theobald 26:13.1. 215 GM Khan Gray 9:22.10. 454K Jesse Wilson Henderson 24:11.5. 681R Kirsten Kaiser 10:23.8. and 915R Hazel Brown 5:18.18. This is your lineup of ladies competing in the Sharkies Engineering Limited Aotearoa Ladies Crown. 3 heats tonight, 3 heats tomorrow night. Combine the scores, biggest point scorer takes home the Aotearoa Ladies Crown. This started a few years ago with only a couple of full-time female drivers. The rest were ring-ins, borrowed cars. Not anymore. Most of the field race all season long. It's on the line right now. Let's go racing. And Rebecca Barr from the outside of the front row. She is going to be tough to catch from that position. Problem straight off the bat for the 4B of Courtney Hatton. She is stranded across the track. We've got on more than just that one car. We had Miller Theobald and Jessie Henderson, and also Lexi Hendricks caught up down in turn 2. Oh boy, that was close. So the
just a couple of extra track letters there too, Paul, for the train spotters. A couple of extra tracks that run stock cars but don't run super stocks. We've got the GM out there, which is Greymouth down on the west coast of the South Island, and the T is Cromwell in central Otago. So that's at least 15 tracks we've got cars here from tonight. So great to see cars from all around the North and the South Island here at the World 240s this weekend.
So the 4B car has been pushed off the track. Just a quick call, looking for the owner of a black Haval, registration MRH49, your windows are down. A black Haval, registration MRH49, your windows are down. Right, race leader after the opening stanza of this one is Rebecca Barr, the 134. Alright, so the 134, your race leader. As we see Carol Pajerski get caught up down there. The 15 is tangled up as well. So 134, 28, 15, 681. The way they're running. Oh, and Chanel Manelli up and almost over. Oh, look at them tangled up there. She is not on the concrete wall. She is not on the concrete wall. That is...
You don't see that every day.
No, you don't. So the 121 of Shanae McNally, well, almost went up and over. But as she's gone up the wall, she's got tangled up with the 57B. So look at that angle there. You can see it on the super screen. Look how far away she is from the concrete wall. She's a good metre away from the concrete wall. The 121. No, calling it quits. Okay. All right, so it's going to take a little while to get these cars extracted from each other. We'll just see if we can see a replay here on the super screen. They just get tangled up here. The 98 gets caught up in there as well, but it's just that angle, just the bumper. Getting right down in there as they got tangled up coming off turn 4. It's Paradise Valley Speedway, our venue tonight. Once again, welcome along to all of those who are here at the venue and those watching through the Pits TV, streaming this meeting right across Aotearoa. And of course, a special warm welcome to those who are watching from overseas, in particular those who normally spend a lot of their summers here in New Zealand racing. All right, well, we've got plenty of time as these cars will get extracted. Let's head back down to the pits and Bianca's with Randall Tarrant.
Randy, mate, you're going to start winning. You're taking all our airtime.
No, I needed that one. That was my front grid, so yeah, had to make it happen. And yeah, luckily we got to the front and stayed out of trouble. So happy as.
How's the car? I mean, you came out with a big smile on your face, looking quite relaxed. It must be going pretty good.
Yeah, first time driving that car here, so I was a bit hesitant in the first couple, but yeah, settled in pretty quick and just a couple changes to the setup now, and we'll be good to go for the next one.
You're a very well experienced driver, Andy, so I think it's the car and you making the perfect connection this weekend.
Yeah, done probably hundreds of, almost thousands of laps around this track, mini stock days, stock car days, and now the super stock. So yeah, it all comes into play out there, and it felt good, and plenty of people here, and it's quite exciting, and can't wait for the next one.
It's going to be good. Do you know where you're coming off in your second race?
Must be about grid 16, so hopefully I can get off the wall and get out of turn 1 without getting caught up in trouble, and off we go.
Randy, if you were to pick your perfect grid position, you know it's going to work for you, what position would that be?
9, only because when we got 1NZ I got grid 9, 9 and 17 or something and worked the treat.
So that's a little bit of superstition in there too.
Yeah, push everyone out of the way and off you go up the inside, yeah.
Awesome, well we'll leave you to it. What was happening down here? We've seen a big puff of smoke, do you know what's going on?
Big grinding fire, I think. Yeah.
Oh, not good. We won't get that on camera. cut. Awesome. Thanks, Randy. Cheers.
Just a quick one, Paul. The 34 Rebecca Barr, they have replaced that front beam. It's all going back together. The crew have replaced that whole front end of that car.
They're together, Hayley James and Gemma Holloway. Very similar looking cars. Black cars with the white and purple livery on it. They're having a good little ding-dong battle. Gemma Holloway, the former Gemma Palmer. Oh man, she takes a big shot as Hayley James comes in behind. Of course, Hayley was one of the, I'm sure she was a top contender here last year. Makes the pass in the end. So it's still Rebecca Barr, your race leader. Then we go back to the 28 of Alex Jones. So big gap back to second, then a big gap back to third, the 681, and also then the 15 is 215. Khan Gray out of Greymouth gets sideways coming off turn 2. We've got one in the concrete wall out of turn 2, sitting prone over there at the moment. I think it's Alicia Gordon. 51P heads infield. So Gordon, now the red lights come on for Gordon in the concrete wall. Hard on the brakes, the 26T of Cheryl Walker. Of course, you mentioned you've done a little bit of an explanation about around those track letters tonight, Barry. Of course, we've got a couple of tracks which are unusual. T for Cromwell and V for Wanganui.
I've never been quite sure where the T for Cromwell came from. Somebody said originally they had a track at Temuka or something.
Oh, really?
I just don't know.
No idea.
That is, I mean, obviously they can't use the C because Christchurch have got that. I don't know why Christchurch couldn't be CH and Cromwell C or something. They all used to have one letter, but Greymouth has been allowed to use GM and Gisborne's got G, so I mean, that being the case, I think Hawke's Bay should actually be an HB in that case.
They used to be HBs.
I think some of the drivers had HB on, whether they were supposed to or not. I'm not 100%
sure about
that.
Back in the 70s and early 80s, they were all HBs.
There, Paul?
John Voles is nodding yes, and he's been around longer than you and I put together.
Minty, go for it.
Yeah, mate, you talk about the problems of a little wee $2 part. The 136V of Matty Wise in the last race, you saw it slow down remarkably and just sort of cruise around. There's a little throttle position sensor that just decided the wire to fall off, and that meant he couldn't have anything more than about a third throttle opening.
Oh, wow.
So that's just fixed up. Walking through the pits, everybody's pretty happy. Yeah, I was correct about the Aaron Alderton car. The frost plug in the back of the motor is leaking, so they're just topping it up with oil to keep order to keep that car going, but not much they can do. It's going to run or blow up, one of the two.
And he had a good result in that opening heat too, did Aaron Alderton. So you can see why they're pretty keen to do the bit to keep it going.
The problem is the frost plug's behind the flywheel, and to get all that out, you've got to take gearboxes, flywheels, it's not going to happen.
That's not happening between heats.
It ain't happening tonight.
The Aotearoa Ladies Stock Car Crown. This race has taken 11 minutes so far to get through. It's
we've got a moment.
This is youth mini stocks with those silly new light rules all over again.
We'll head across here and we'll ask Hillbull what happened. Alex Hill, they're launching in Nelson. What are you?
Oh, we've lost you there, Minty.
Tangled up.
Come this way a bit. So what happened? You went a bit slower.
Yeah, I just
piled up. Why'd you pile up?
Not intentionally, just first time at a big championship this year, and just had bad luck really. Kept getting caught in everyone's pile ups and that. So I'll eyes forward and move forward in the next two, hopefully.
Get that bumper out.
Yeah. I'll still move forward a few paces, so that's good. So yeah, I'll try again this one.
All right, mate. Cheers.
We're racing. Still the 1-3-4 down the main straight goes Rebecca Barr as your race leader with 4 laps to go. Turn 1 and 2, and comes Carol Pajewski, gets caught up, tangled up there, and takes Gemma Holloway to the wall in the number 14. And we've got problems too for 9. Stacey Smith has come to a stop down the main straight, just heading into turn 3. We'll go red for her. Lots of stoppages in this one. Not a lot of DNFs. But a few on the field there. There's Carol Pajewski at 69. They're going to go and look at her as well, are they? See whether she's still mobile. She's had a podium in this Aotearoa Ladies Crown over the years. So here we see the replay on the super screen. She comes in. Oh, so it was more a case of just a little bit out of control there into the turn, and the car jumped sideways. Was looking down the inside, but a little touch there and sends both of them out to the concrete wall in turn 2. So the 9 of Stacey Smith out of Hawke's Bay on the infield, and yeah, it looks as though they are going to hook the 69S of Pajewski to the back of the tractor.
She'd been one of the favourites going into this one. She pulls a DNF in Heat 1. Not ideal.
No, of course, it is still possible. It is a 6-race championship, remember. 3 heats tonight and 3 heats tomorrow night, but you know, you can't afford any more low placings. Even with the DNF, you're still now kind of needing to concentrate on, you know, top 5 spots the rest of the weekend, especially when someone like Rebecca Barr is going to pull out a win.
Yes.
Well, but not, there's still a few laps to go, but you know, she's looking likely as the pre-meeting favourite, and she's leading already.
51R will be fixed. They're putting the welder down here, the Rees trucks there, they're porter powering the bumper back out, new front end going in, and the welder is going nuts, putting a new front bumper on that. It will be back out for the next race.
Awesome, thank you, Minty. 1-3-4, Rebecca Barr, still your leader, the green machine. Hard to miss, down the main straight she goes. Then you're looking back, there's 3 back markers, and then it's the white and orange number 28 of Alex Jones, who is running in 2nd spot. So Rotorua cars running 2nd, 3rd, 4th at the moment, but here comes Hayley James from Wanganui around the outside of Kendall Reid. Oh, who now overcooks it. She was doing so well up there in 4th place. So the white flag out for Rebecca Barr, and here she comes. She will take the win. So Heat 1 of the Aotearoa Ladies Crown, brought to you by Sharky's Engineering. Heat winner is Rebecca Barr, 134P. 2nd home, Alex Jones, 28R. Kirsten Kaiser home in 3rd and 681. Then Hayley James, 18V in 4th. Lexi Hendricks in 5th place. 42B, Lauren Swift was in 6th. Karina Annan, 33W in 7th. 8th place went to 189R, Miller Theobald. 14B, Gemma Holloway was 9th. And Dana Kingsbeer in 83G rounds out the top 10 of Heat 1 of Sharky's Engineering Aotearoa Ladies Crown. And It's going to be pretty fierce by the time tomorrow night rolls around. You can see these ladies. Now they are not afraid to go hard. And we'll see some big hits going tomorrow night, I reckon, as they try and sort out who deserves to win a championship.
Well, that's right. When you look at Carol Pajewski and Rebecca Barr, Carol Pajewski already 26 points behind Rebecca Barr. 5 races to pull it back, but if you average 5 points a race to pull it back, it's still not going to be enough. So, but then that's 5 more races. You know, that's 5 shots she can get at turning Rebecca Barr around.
Is you there? Just talked to Peter Rees about why the 8-into-1 pipes, and it's as I expected. What they do is these motors struggle to breathe with the headers on them when they're very short. So what they've done, they extended the length of the header pipe. So there's 8 pipes that are now very, very long, which allows the motor to breathe better, which creates more torque, more horsepower, more go fast. So that's the 8-into-1, the rationale behind the 8-to-1 pipes in all new Rees cars.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we can actually get that organised tomorrow or tonight or tomorrow to get a camera and give everybody a bit of a close-up look at that.
It's cool. It's a great concept. It's what I did with my street stock years ago. I joined all the pipes underneath my seat, and it just revved its guts out. But it makes a hell of a difference. Just to get air out, which means you can put more air in, which gives you more grunt.
And the other thing I spoke to him about a couple of meetings ago actually was why down the left-hand side, which is the side that if you're being attacked, the attacking car is coming in and could take off your entire exhaust system.
No, not the way they've set it up, Barry. They just can't get at it. You won't get at it.
It's about left-hand side and rear weight.
Yes.
Yep.
So that's why the entire thing has gone down the left side for left side rear weight.
It's action for the whole family. With 23 tracks around New Zealand, there is no better way to spend your weekends than at a Speedway New Zealand track.
Here they come to the start-finish line again.
There's something for the whole family. Sprint cars, saloons, stock cars, sidecars, midgets, and much, much more. Pack up the family and make a trip to adrenaline-filled, action-packed bashes and crashes that only Speedway can deliver. Visit www.speedway.co.nz to find out the track nearest to you. Speedway, it's our summer thing.
Right, let's get back on the track.
One missing. Oh no, Groomy's moving up. I think we've got everyone out in this one.
No, this is Ken Hunter.
Sorry,
Ken
Hunter's the only one missing.
Yep.
And that's the MSD. Everybody else just flat tyres and little things. Wires falling off, computers coming unplugged, solenoids falling off. A lot of that going on in the pits, which I haven't seen for quite a while, but a lot of flat tyres.
Is that just, potentially, we talk about the fact there hasn't been a lot of big meetings yet, it's...
Yep. Teething rubbish.
Yeah.
And to be honest, the connections and a lot of the stuff, there's ways and means to make them, they don't fall off the middle of plug connection.
So 89, Brodie James sits on pole for this one. Came home third in the opening heat from grid 13, so good drive from him. The 25, Kieran O'Brien on the outside of the front row. Row 2, Malcolm Reid, we said he would be back in the 41C. Outside him is 85S Brad Eulenberg. Row 3, Damien Orr and Craig Chatfield. Then we go to Paul Mabey in the 15 and the 99S of Blake Adamson. Here we go, heat 2 of a red group. Heat 1 winner was the 58 of Peter Bengston, this time right off the back. So we're away and racing. Steve Hampton looks to try right around the outside of the 66. Oh, this could be the move of the night so far. Where did Steve Hampton start? 66. Grid 14. Oh, he's going to get caught up here. Paul Mabey, Blake Adamson. They are the big casualties in that big to-do. Brodie James, though, is your race leader. He'll come around and we will go red.
Assuming that's for the 888. Not a
15 or 99 as well. Right, yeah, right below 99, right below you guys. Geez, when these cars go sideways and get pushed, they lose their rubber, they lose their air out of their tyres in a big hurry. I think Steve Hampton, wherever the 66 is, I think you'll find he's got a flat tyre, maybe one or two.
He made a great start. As soon as it went, well, we've got the replay happening here. So this will be, look at this big squeeze here. There's Hampton getting turned around. Adamson went hard into the concrete wall. Paul Mabey then got turned around as well. So from a different angle. Yeah, so it was the Hampton spin which caused those two to then head into the concrete wall. And neither of them
are too happy. Well, Mabey's not. Evanston's coming off. Isn't the body style of Peter Bengston's very much like the Brisker cars from England? Doesn't look just a little bit different, narrowed it up and made it just a little bit briskerish.
Yeah, well, and especially the way he had it painted up last year with his livery on it last year really did have that Brisker UK style look to it. He even had the number, the 5 and the 8, the 5 on top and the 8 underneath it down the back behind the cockpit. On the side panel. So
the 85 of Eulenberg, that's the ex Joyce car, isn't it? He's got the two of them. Is that the Linton or is that the other one?
Not 100% sure.
Or is that the other Eulenberg that's got the two of them? Where's Stats Boy when we need him?
I think they've both got two.
They have both got two.
Yes, the Stats Boy's standing right next to me, confirming the 85S is the ex Thomas Joyce car.
Oh look, I do know something. I feel relieved. It's cooling down a bit out here now, which is nice. So, which will bring it'll bring the track back.
So we see on the screen there, if you're watching the Vistamax Super Screen and through the stream, look at that lineup. Josh Prentice, of course, runner-up here last year.
XNZ1 at Kiki. I found the photo of me and him sitting in the shed the other day.
Right, race leader sitting down at the pit gate, Brodie James. Let's go. Great start from the 81, Damien Orr. He's got right up on the leader's back bumper now. Then it's Kieran O'Brien, Wayne Hemming up into third. Problems for Mark Costello again, the 198. Pulls off onto the infield. Hard and fast with the Super Stocks Red Group. Heat 2 qualifying, race 7 on our program tonight. As the 888 goes hard into the concrete coming off turn 2. Malcolm Reid's got some issues again. He heads into the concrete as well. So race leader 89, Brodie James. From 81, Damien Orr. Still issues for 888. And that's going to make him change at the front as Damien Orr looks down the inside. Malcolm Reid still not going anywhere. Parked in the... Oh, round goes Damien Orr. Wayne Hemming gets the advantage now. And up the inside, while everybody else had to go hard on the brakes, as Brodie James tries diving up the inside. And here comes Jason Long getting into the action. As is Richard Gaskin things can change in a heartbeat. Malcolm Nartai's there as well. Now Brody James, a little bit overcooked. Gets corrected slightly by Malcolm Nartai. Gets him pointing back the right way. Heat 1 winner, Peter Bengston is getting up and amongst it. But Wayne Hemi in the 591. In behind Brad Eulenberg, who is your leader. 85S. So this is your battle for the lead. 85, 591 and 2. Then we saw one of those flames that talked about out of the back of the 2NZ, Jason Long. Oh, round goes, got one around down there, that's Joe Carter in the 18. Oh, and Eulenberg's gone around the race leader. Oh, and he's going to try and pull out, was he? Now he hits reverse. Eulenberg was leading the race.
This will be interesting because if the red light's been thrown for Eulenberg, they'll be taking him off, won't they?
Oh no, it probably would have been for Joe Carter.
18.
18.
Okay.
Up
Down
in
in
corner.
corner 2.
Yeah.
It's a bit willing out there.
Oh yeah. No quarter taken. No edge given.
Peter Bengston from down the back, he must be up into about...
He's up in about 7th.
6th or 7th. Josh Prentice with them as well, just behind them. But out in front, Damien Orr, he had the lead, got ticked up by the 25 of O'Brien. And spun around. Took him a little while to get that car restarted as well. Malcolm Reed on the infield. The 198 Costello, right rear flat tyre. That's why he's pulled to the infield this time in as well.
So your race leader is the 2NZ of Jason Long. What have we done laps-wise? Couple to go. 2NZ Jason Long, your race leader. 591 Wayne Hemi sits in 2nd spot. Kieran O'Brien getting pushed back. So of course the officials all kind of watching the cars. They know when the officials put the red lights on, some cars may pick up a little bit of extra distance, so hence the officials pushing them back to what they believe to be the correct spot. All right, here we go. Lights are out. And Kieran O'Brien just gets the jump on Brody James there anyway. So now, is Malcolm Nartai our race leader here? No? Brody James with the spin. White flag is out, 1 to go. Jason Long from Wayne Hemi. Two former New Zealand champions. And I think it'll be Wayne Hemi in third, Malcolm Nartai in third. Yep. So Wayne Hemi, good drive from him, but not good enough for the race win. Let's take a look at the results here. So you can see that Malcolm Nartai listed there as the race winner. I think that would have been because he, in the stoppage, he was right on the start-finish line.
He went over it and got pushed back.
Yeah, and he got pushed back, and which would have counted as an extra lap. So he's actually home in third place is the way I see it, or maybe fourth. Jason Long, definitely our race winner, followed by Wayne Hemi, then Steve Hampton, Richard Gaskin, Malcolm Nartai, somewhere in their third, fourth, fifth. We will get that made official. Kieran O'Brien there in 6th place. Peter Bengston, Heat 1 winner, home in 7th. Josh Prentice, 5G in 8th. Adam Groob, 9B in 9th place. And rounding out the top 10 there is Brett Nichols.
Steve Hampton, how's it out there?
That was a bit rougher.
Why was it a bit rough? You get pushed around a bit?
Yeah, I did. I think we lost the tyre too, haven't we?
Yeah, you've lost, looks like you've lost the left front.
Yeah, a little bit hard to hang on to with 3 tyres, but we got there.
Steve, good race first up. Yeah, it went well. Everything went right for you. It's going to get a bit shovey in the last one.
Yeah, totally. We're going to have to move some places, I think.
You're happy with the car? Everything good with it?
Yeah, no, the car's been good. We only ran it last Friday, so this is only our second run, so we're pretty happy.
Steve, it's been a lot of drivers, not much racing this early in the season, eh?
Yeah, it's been a bit up and down, and with COVID and bits and pieces, so yeah, hopefully we get a good run at it now, eh?
Oh, go change the tyre, make sure everything's right and have another go, eh?
Awesome, okay, cheers, eh?
Cheers, eh? Steve Hampton, 66R.
The St Nicholas is a familiar sight around Bluff as she steams out to capture Can-Do Fishing's famous Bluff Kinner. Once caught, the Kinner is brought back to the purpose-built factory in Bluff where it is processed, packed and shipped fresh to you. But that's not all that Can-Do Fishing can do for you. Try some of their greenbone fish or delicious power products and you will soon see why seafood from the Bluff is world famous. So head to your local fish market or supermarket and ask for Can-Do Fishing Kinner, fish or power. Can-Do Fishing, there's nothing we can't do for you.
Green Group.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to Green Group. Leading the lineup, Bryce Steiner and Scott Joblin. We've got Patterson and Jennings sitting on grids 3 and 4. Ross Ashby and Robbie Maybe, grids 5 and 6. We then go to Hayden Chapman, 247A, and the 24R of Kyle Ashton. On grid 9 is 3NZ Mitch Vickery and Stefan Roygard, 58K. David Lowe's there on grid 11. And Mark Hemingway, 66M, is sitting on grid 12. And 13 is James Clark on the inside, and outside him, 581, Jordan Deere. Keegan Levine on grid 15 for this one, and Scooter McIntosh will be missing from grid 16. Sam Guy's great first race until he had some damage. He starts on grid 17. Jaden Ward, podium finisher last year, grid 18. Thomas Stanaway and Mark Dunn are on 19 and 20. Then we go to Steve Gray, and on grid 22 is the 307 of Matthew Pickard. Robbie Morris, grid 23. Alan McRobbie, the Rotorua Clubmates, 23 and 24. And Kaylin Mooney will start right down the back.
Massive job, Paul, on that 51R car of Guys. That whole front bumper on the right-hand side was ripped off, apart from all the damage to the suspension as well. So the Rees truck was over there. They were welding, they were grinding, they were doing all sorts of stuff. Massive job, eh?
Yeah, good on them. And yeah, that Rees truck will be kept busy all weekend, I am sure. So it looks like, yeah, just that one empty spot. Here we go. It is Green Group, heat number 2. So our heat 1 winner was Thomas Stanaway, of course, so we'll keep an eye on the 87. But it's Joblin out the front. Oh, Ross Ashby's getting sideways. Thomas Stanaway gets taken to the infield. Gets caught up in that with Bryce Steiner. So Steiner and Ashby gets spat up and put down the back. Oh, Hemingway takes Mooney and Jordan Deere to the wall. So he got spun around, but he kept his foot right in it. Steiner hasn't moved. The 118 car, former World 240s champion, parked up on the grass. Oh, big shot from Mitch Vickery into the back of Ashton. That almost sent Roygard to the wall. Keegan Levine onto the grass as well. So his terrible night continues in the 5 dub. Got a couple gone around down there in turn number 2. Hayden Chapman, another bad one for him. Not a good night at the office as Bryce Steiner finally gets some momentum and moves out of the way. Scott Joblin is our race leader in the 52. Down the main straight he goes. Then it's back to the 31, Josh Patterson. 29G, James Clark is next. Mitch Vickery up into 4th in the 3NZ. Pickard just circulating slowly in the 307. 66 tries to get back onto the racetrack. Jaden Ward puts the bumper into Robbie Maybe. Round goes Hemingway. Ashton's caught up there, Morris. Jennings as well. Lloyd Jennings out of Christchurch had a great run in that opening heat. 7 laps gone. Make that 8 for our race leader, Scott Joblin, the 52P. Get some flying sparks off the concrete, down the pit straight. Mark Hemingway throws it into turn 1 and 2 and spins it up again. Really struggling in this one, the 66. No problem so for our race leader. There he is, the 52 of Scott Joblin, 3 to go. Thomas Stanaway making some inroads now after that slight issue at the start of the race when he got caught and taken infield. Oh, James Clark, as it's gone around. He was running up nicely in 3rd place as well. He's going to drop a whole lot of spots. White flag is out, less than a lap to go for the race leader. Oh, almost up and over. Mitch Vickery's got caught up in there. He was running in 3rd place. He got tangled up there with Jaden Ward as Ward came charging through. Checkered flag. So let's take a look at how they finish here. Again, I don't know what's happened here. Sorry about this. Jaden Ward is not first. It is Scott Joblin who's come home first.
Yes.
Josh Patterson in 2nd. Jaden Ward home in 3rd place.
From grid 18.
From grid 8, wow. David Lowe in 4th. Thomas Stanaway home in 5th place. Then Robbie Maybe, 33R in 6th. Stephen Roygard in 7th. 10R Alan McRobbie in 8th place. 26V Caelan Mooney, I think, has come from the back. And James Clark, who was, he was running up in 3rd place with a couple to go. Then he spun, he's home in 10th place. Mitch Vickery, that tangle with Jaden Ward on the final lap. He was in 2nd place. 3rd place, Mitch Vickery. Ends up coming home in 16th.
16th.
A big drop for the 3NZer.
Just a quick one, Paul. Bryce Steiner in that first half lap, you were just a passenger as you got pushed around?
Yeah, mate, the old gearbox sort of exploded off the start line, so as I say, it happens.
Yeah, well, it looked like everybody was having a crack at you. You had no drive, nowhere to go, just hang on and hope like hell you got onto the grass.
Yeah, I started over here and managed to get punted enough around to get on the infield over the other side. I got a pretty good, decent punt going in, so the old shoulder's a bit sore, but yeah, I think that might be us for the night.
Bit of work to put another gearbox in, eh?
Oh, I haven't actually got one. I destroyed my other good one last weekend.
Oh, well, I don't think you'll be putting a new one in then.
No, it might be time for a beer, I think.
Can I come?
You're most welcome.
Bryce Steiner's going for a beer, Paul. That's us. We're finished. But yeah, the gearbox blew on the start line, and that's why he got shunted all the way around the track.
Hi, I'm Brittany Carpenter, driver of 85 GM, based out of Greymouth. I use wholesale tyres, coloured chrome rims on my car. If you're looking for something unique and different on your car, contact Wholesale Tyres to get these coloured rims. Or get a hold of them on Facebook at Wholesale Tyres, or go onto their website, which is www.wholesaletyres.net.nz. See you trackside.
Need coloured chrome rims? Wholesale Tyres. Good rims, better prices, great people.
We hope so. Right, here we go. 8 laps for the on-site Auto Electrical Mini Stocks invitation. Oh, and problems down there in turn 1. Looks as though they might all get mobile there again, though. No, we've got one. So no, underway again. So Joel Steiner is your race leader. From Cassandra Ashton, Kate Murray, Julian Munro and Jack Cunningham, your top 5 through the opening part of that one. So 4-2-2 leads that bunch, Cassandra Ashton, as Joel Steiner's got a bit of a jump on the rest of the field in this one. Julian Munro up the inside, riding up on that pole line. Good move, picked up a couple of spots. Up into second place, Julian Munro. So just tonight in action, the mini stocks. Then tomorrow night, we add in the stock car teams racing. A couple of battles between the Rotorua Rascals and the Palmerston North Pumas. Oh, and up the concrete wall, right down in front of race control. Ashton and Stanaway have it coming together. And Stanaway's mobile. Ashton, oh, want to get back and out of there. Cassandra, she's going to do it. Whew. Good stuff from those two drivers. Eventually. It was a bit rugged there for a moment. 5 laps gone. Race leader still 118. Joel Steiner comes around onto the pit straight. Julian Munro is chasing him down. Munro's actually doing quicker laps at the moment. Just. There's 2 to go for Steiner. There's the white flag. So all 20 of our invited drivers to be a part of this event, all back out there for this one. On the big stage tonight in front of the big crowd here at TWS Paradise Valley Speedway. And the checkered flag for the 118 of Joel Steiner. So, provisional results, race 9, heat 2, for the on-site Auto Electrical Mini Stock Invitation. Joel Steiner home in first in 118. Julian Munro, 43R was second. 11R Jack Cunningham was third. 88 Cohen Wright in fourth. And rounding up the top 5, the 93R of Flynn Fraser. On-site Auto Electrical. They do a whole lot of stuff. They work on kids' ride-on toys to race cars to 100-ton dump trucks and everything in between. Paul is the man to talk to. On-site Auto Electrical. 07 888 7579. Our official sponsors of the Mini Stock Invitation. So that'll be they'll be back. Race 18 on our program tonight. So race 9 that was. So we're 9 down and 9 to go. Qualifying night here at the TWS World 240s. Once again, thank you for coming along from wherever you've travelled from. Or, of course, if you're watching through the Pits TV. Colours and bits of paper flying around left, right and centre in the commentary box tonight. Rebecca Barr will start on pole. Of course, she started on pole for that first stock car race too, didn't she? And took the win. So here we go, let's take a look at how they are lining up. Blue Group Heat 2. Rebecca Barr sits on pole. Outside her is the 96W of Brad McGee. The 21R of Brendan Ashton. And 7R Michael Rumney share row 2. Russell Hunter and Dale Robertson are grids 5 and 6. Followed by Shannon Orr and Kerry Remnant on grids 7 and 8. Les Hepworth and Seth Hodge next, followed by Daniel Burmester and Bryce Marks on 11 and 12. Next row sees the 95K of Daryl Williams and 9C Sheldon Adapede with 4K Chad Ace and 166A Hayden Hart on grid 16. Des Curry is on 17. Pete Rees, good showing in that opening heat. He sits on grid 18. Scott McEwen, 19. Zach Delaney, 47B, is on grid 20. Aaron Alderton, grid 21. Outside him is the 272M is Seth McConchy. behind on 23 and 24 is Carl Shearer and Matty Wise. And rounding out the grid for this one is Jared Gray. Not Wade, Jared Gray in the 74R. So
track will be really slippy. As I walked across, quite a bit of water stands put on it as it's coming out. So the track for the first few laps, as Peter Rees said earlier, will be quite slippy. So we'll see how they cope. It'll be a bit of push and shove and perhaps not as much traction as what they hope for. A few gaps on the grid though. Behind Rebecca Barr, we've got 3 there and so one behind 95.
Brendan Ashton is missing, Russell Hunter is missing, and Shannon Orr missing.
Yeah, Shannon obviously after the flip didn't get it fixed, and then behind the 95 we've got a hole as well.
Yeah, so that's grid 15, and that should have been Chad Ace.
Yeah, okay, so he hasn't been able to fix the power steering pump and that, so something more than just a power steering pump.
All right, here we go. Let's get into it. Race 10 on our program tonight. Heat 2 for Blue Group, qualifying for the World 240s. Oh, we've got cars climbing up all over. We've got one. Is he going to go over? No, back down. Who was that? I think that was Peter Rees, actually, who might have been almost up and over in that one. But out front, it is the 96 of McGee, who is your race leader. From Rebecca Barr, Dale Robertson, all the experience there in third spot. So Peter Rees in the 10G, Heat 1 winner. Picking his way through this paddock fairly quickly. Big lot of panelling's just come off. And laying on the track down in turn 3. Did that come off the 10P car maybe? 10G I should say, yes it is. 10P, man, that's going back a few years. Lights will go red.
Retreating into history a bit there.
Yeah, like our electronic lap scoring.
Yes.
Everything's old school.
You go back to doing it on a piece of paper, you fellas.
Well, that's what we're pretty much doing now.
Yeah, we noticed you got out of here pretty quick, Minty.
I'm saying nothing.
Okay, so we're going to take a replay here. So we'll take a look at this opening corner. Look for the 10G car. Yeah, it just gets pushed up there and rides over the top of Daniel Burmester. Kept his foot in it, obviously. They don't let go nowadays, do they? They don't ease off. And he came out of it okay in the end, Peter Rees. Yeah. Wow.
So,
see, I think he was lucky that Seth McConchie was inside him, because if Seth McConchie wasn't inside him, I think he might have gone over. Right, here we go. So race leader is the 96 of Brad McGee. Rebecca Barr putting the pressure on though. Down the main straight into turn 3. Barr up the inside. McGee not giving in though, holds the spot. Dale Robertson just sitting in behind. Hayden Hart's there as well in 4th place. Shades of what might have been for Hayden Hart. As the race leader comes up behind a back marker, a little bit of hesitancy there from McGee. Could cost him. Hodge a lap down in the 12. Here's Rebecca again. Still maintaining that inside line. Gets the nose in front this time and the entire car. So 34, 96, 89, the way they're running. Sparks everywhere from Rebecca Barr and Brad McGee as they both run off the concrete wall down the main straight. Peter Rees up into 7th place. Make that 6th now as he goes up the inside of Sheldon Arapete. Three laps remaining in this one. white flag now, 1 to go. Rebecca Barr holding the lead. Problems with the back marker, but she'll hold on and take the win. Oh, we've got a couple going around down in turn number 3 and 4. Williams and McConchie getting caught up down there.
You talked about what might have been for Hayden Hart. His was another one that didn't have full throttle opening in that first heat, so problems with just the throttle linkage on his car. He just didn't have all the go power.
Yeah, it was only on like the last lap as well.
It just basically, if you talk about a throttle cable coming loose, he just didn't have full throttle was what he said. He just yeah.
All right.
So simple.
Looking at these unofficial top 10, Rebecca Barr is the race winner from Brad McGee, 96W. Dale Robertson in 3rd place. Hayden Hart in 4th, and he's come to a stop with a whole lot of steam. Bryce Mark, 73A, runs out the top 5. Then Peter Rees, Sheldon Adapede, Maddie Wise, Carl Shearer, and Des Curry. Make up your top 10, and again, apologies, not able to give you subtotals. At this stage, we might be able to do some manually. It's just go, go, go. It's amazing just the difference, you know, from having 3 groups as we would have done back in the day.
Yes.
And the extra time you had up your sleeve.
Couple of good moves in that one. Lofty 166A finishing 4th from grid 16, so up 12. Peter Rees from grid 18 up to 6th with the inside panel of the wing missing as well, so up 12 spots as well. So I think the 166 and 10G would both be pretty happy. And Seth McConchie, who did hold on to that 4th place in the first heat, he started that heat from grid 22, and he's finished 11th.
No, he's gonna be a DNF. He didn't finish,
didn't he?
I'm sure he was parked up down in.
I was going to say he did well to finish where he did because he was in all sorts of trouble. He was the car that Reese just about rolled on top of.
All right, let's just quickly head down, and Minty's got Rebecca Barr.
Rebecca Barr, how cool's that? Your crew did the magic. They got the whole front end of your car ripped out, pulled out, put back together, and you get a win.
Yeah, they did a bloody awesome job. The car was pretty broken, but to come out here and get a win, I'd say they'd be pretty stoked with that. So yeah, that was for them.
Oh, bees on you.
Yeah, it was a good half fast racing.
How's it out there? The track's slicking off a little bit for you?
Yeah, it did slicking off a bit. It's definitely pretty fast compared to the stock car racing. So yeah, it's really good racing though.
Hey, cool to have you back out there. Well done on the crew. That was a hell of a job to do a whole front end in your race car.
Yeah, huge thanks to the crew. You did an awesome job, and sorry you missed the stock car race, so I made up for another win.
Okay, let's go back, get the car going again, eh? There she is, happy as happy as. That's what it's all about, eh? It's not just about the driver, it goes on in the pits. And,
exactly. And it's great to hear that, to see that acknowledgement being made straight away from Rebecca to the crew who obviously worked so hard.
Well, from the crew perspective, what you're doing is you're basically taking the whole front end out, the whole beam. You saw it was broken on the TV. The whole beam, the shocks, and the rods holding the whole thing in were all just smashed, so they replaced everything. So, yeah, I just love that sort of stuff. It takes me back to days of rallying when we wrecked cars and you fixed them.
Hi, I'm Malcolm Nartai from Suck It Up Limited. If you're in the Canterbury area and need any hydro excavation, water blasting, vacuum loading, any septic tank cleaning or CCTV of your pipelines, please give me a call or contact us on our Facebook page.
Suck It Up Limited, 740 Marston Road, Christchurch. Call them 24 hours a day on 027 588 8809.
Yellow Group Heat 2, Marshall and Hunter on the front row. Davis and Brown on row 3, grids 5 and 6. Matt Nielsen, 147K, and Alex Hill out of Nelson, 95, on grids 7 and 8. Josh Kahui on 9, Mark Decky rounds out the top 10. We then go to Glenn Clark on grid 11, Quinn Ryan on grid 12, Shay Hamling 7A on the inside of Paul Gaskin. Then we go to Randall Tarrant, Heat 1 winner. We'll start this one on grid 15 with Dylan Ashton outside him in 422R. Then 557C, Darryl Wallace is on grid 17. Jamie Hemme outside him on 18. Then it is 23R Kendall Ashton with Hamish Booker outside her. Kellen Clark and Paul Vasey, 21 and 22 on the grid. Adam Joblin on 23. Brendan Tighe, 669P, will start on grid 24. And the former New Zealand champion, William Humphries, will start right off the back on grid number 25. So this is yellow group, Minty, and we've got some issues there.
144G straight away coming over to the gate. Tim Ross had problems in the first one. I said, what was on? He said, I just got used like a pinball. But I don't think he was telling me the complete truth. He's actually driving off the track, and I know he's pulling in front of the gate. They're trying to get him out so Stan can get off. We'll go and see what's going on with that. A few gaps on the grid too by the looks of it.
Yeah, it does look like a bit. So yeah, Dylan Marshall.
Just where I'm walking now, somebody has thrown all the oil out of something. That's from the last race, so I'd say something terminal's just been pushed off the track. Head across and hello, we've got two cars. Got Joblin coming up as well. Adam Joblin pulls up beside the gate as well, the 62.
So the 3-minute bell, the officials will give the word when that starts. That's when the crew are allowed to jump over. And it is just one 3-minute bell. So you've got the two cars sitting up there. So that's all right, they both kick off at the same time. We did see earlier though with there was a 3-minute bell, and then Wayne Hemme did come in with only about a minute 20 left to go.
So 144, I see they've dived over the top, see what's going with Tim Ross. Something going on down the bottom of Joblin's car. The guy's upside down, legs in the air, steering wheel out of the road. Timmy Ross all right, he's got the thumbs up. You have a look inside this cab, if you look at this camera if they throw it, he's upside down with his head right down the bottom of the cab of Joblin. Tim Ross is fine. I'm not sure what he's trying to adjust around there, but it looks like a hell of a job to me. Immaculately prepared car of the Joblins. So whether that's a gear linkage he's playing with or his whole body's blocking what I can't see.
Yeah. Bit tough to see what is going on down in there.
Okay, he's tightening something up at the bottom of the seat or the front of the gearbox or something down there. He's got a spanner in there. So something's loose down the bottom. Hopefully the camera's getting a bit of a shot of where he is, but he's right down the bottom of the race car. Who would be a crew about this time?
Yeah, I reckon. So Adam Joblin will be starting down on grid 23 for this one. Still a minute 12. You can see that countdown on the Vistamax super screen. 3 minutes, quite a long time really. It's not often that the entire 3 minutes gets used up. But
Something
when it does,
to do with the battery.
Okay.
Down there beneath the seat they put the batteries right down the bottom. Something to do with the battery terminal, or battery terminals come off or a wire's come off. But something down there he's trying to get in. Of course, to keep the weight low, they put the batteries right down in the bottom of these cars.
Yep.
So the 3 minutes must be close.
Well, still 36 seconds. So, I mean, we're not used to the 3 minutes completely being used. I think a couple of the drivers might be getting a bit antsy down there with the revs coming up, saying, hey, he's had way longer than 3 minutes, but no.
He's now saying, bring the tractor to the front, it's not going. So the tractor's coming to the front. He's either out of there or they're saying, Mr. Joblin, you're gone. The guy's coming out of the car. Joblin's starting, so
there we go.
He's either fixed it or it's just going to run like it is.
With 5 seconds to spare.
Oh, yeah, righto. Yeah. I think the tractor frightened them.
Yeah. Okay, so he'll come in and pull in into grid 23, I think I said. And so William Humphries should be behind him. So he'll try, is he going to pull in here? Yep, he's going to say, oi, out of there, bro. William Humphrey's just trying to sneak that. He should have known he was 25 down the back. Trying to just sneak in that extra little bit. So Joblin takes his spot. Yellow group. Heat 2 of qualifying. 12 laps. And it is race 11 on our program tonight here at Paradise Valley. The World 240s qualifying continues in the starter's hands. Let's go racing. Holy heck. There's the crunch, the first big crunch of the weekend, and we're not another rollover. I think that might be, is that Mark Dickey?
Number 99 is on
Dickey.
the side. That was the big push out the road, wasn't it?
That was the worst start I've seen in probably a couple of seasons here at Paradise Valley. There were cars that were 3 car widths inside the pole line.
Yeah. And from that, you end up with one upside down. They're just the big freight train.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to a replay on your super screen. Look, you see the pole line straight away from the 3rd car back. So, of course, that's the thing. That as they cut that pole line, they end up going straight ahead into the corner. No one's turning into the corner. And that's when that kind of thing happens. See, look at that. Who's the pink car? Kendall Ashton. No, they're not allowed to cut the grass like that, if you were wondering. It's not the right thing to do. You can see it on all the different angles. Kendall Ashton's the big one. She's about 3 car widths in. And then they still go straight ahead there. Somebody did take a big whack there too. I think that might be Matt Nielsen.
Then they just all turned into each other and it got pretty messy, and unfortunately Decky was the loser in the lottery. So it's 332 come out heat 1 in front. So he's at quarter 4. Was he off front row, was he? Hunter? Is it a Hunter car, 332?
Yeah, it is. He was on the front row, on the outside of the front row, Gary Hunter.
Okay, so Gary Hunter's in front from the 5, and then the 144 of Timmy Ross, and it looks like Marshall on the outside, then 95 Hillbill will be in the 5th spot at the moment, but a lot of things to happen in this this track here. There's Ashton down in corner 3, or halfway through 3. She's sideways as well with the 7A of Hambling parked into the side of that car.
Gary Hunter, who is our race leader. So they're just coming around turn 4. Still tightly bunched as you'd expect in this early part of the race. Here we go. Drivers know we're about to go. Dykstra straight ahead, manages to pull the brakes in before he hits the concrete wall in the turn. A few sparks there from Gary Clark and Glenn Clark in the 12 car. So Tim Ross goes to the lead now, and Alex Hill out of Nelson up in a 2nd spot. Problems for Jamie Hemming. Out into the concrete wall in turn 1 and 2, and the 571. Will head to the infield. Looks like one of those tyre issues. Randall Tarrant is up into 3rd place from grid 15. He is absolutely motoring. Oh, and around goes Paul Vasey. Gets turned around down in turn 1 and 2. By Marshall, who rides the concrete wall momentarily. He's got caught up there with Hunter. Matt Nielsen looks up the inside of Quinn Ryan and makes the pass. Ryan comes back at him though into turn 3. Fires the 46B car up the inside. So Tim Ross, still your race leader. from Alex Hill and Randall Tarrant right on their tail now. Now Tarrant up the inside. My goodness, the 66 is on rails. Oh, cruncher into the concrete wall. Who's down there? Dykstra is caught up. And it was Hamish Booker. Was the other car over in there. He's out now, the 82. But he's got some problems. Now he hits the concrete wall in turn 2.
This thing of Terrence is just turning into the corners so well. He's not even touching the cars. He's just lighting up underneath them.
Yep.
Unbelievable. Like, there's half a gap there and he's just arriving and braking so late.
Just amazing how much better it handles with an A on the side, isn't it?
Oh, Sammy Dix, that wasn't the plan of going upside down, was it?
No, it wasn't the plan, but when you're starting on 10 and the inside line starts to come out to the wall and you're stuck out there, there's nothing you can do. You're only in for the ride.
Just a light, gentle rollover, it's all good.
Yeah, just a little, but wing's still straight.
Yeah, the job. Still smiling, eh?
Always smiling.
Never stop smiling in this game.
Oh, definitely after 32 years, you may as well.
Nothing else you can do, really, is there?
No, not a lot, but hey, it's a great sport, and I don't think I'd want to do anything else other than this.
Yeah, look, you hung in for a long time. You're not going to get out of it, are you?
Oh, we'll see.
He's got the we'll see. I know what that means. That's a maybe. No, we're all right. We're still racing.
Of course, former 3NZ, although that was back in the days before they were allowed to run the 1, 2, 3. That was
1993.
1993 at Waikaraka Park. With that legendary third championship win for Kevin Free. And in the runoff with Craig Pearce, who eventually went on to become a 1NZ anyway.
And Mark Dickey was just a young fella back then.
What do you mean Mark Dickey was just a young fella then?
We're talking about
what they're saying up there, Mark.
We're talking about 1993.
They're still reminiscing on my 1993 3NZ.
They are. Yeah, Barry Brown's still living off it.
Yeah, he knows.
Yep. Good on you, Mark. Yeah, one of the long-time characters of super stock racing, that's for sure.
Even when he's not racing, he's still a character around the tracks.
Oh, yes. Right, so race leader is Tim Ross, 144, sitting just into turn 3. He's got a car length on Randall Tarrant. 144 back to 66. So let's watch Randall Tarrant. This car just... So you've got two fairly identical cars here leading the way in Tim Ross and Randall Tarrant. Oh, and as we talk about, he perhaps has this worst corner. Oh, he's got issues. He's stopping. Commentators curse. Randy T, we apologise. Right, white flag is out, 1 to go. There's Josh Kahui. Gets a bit sideways. Almost tips it over. Big problems there for the 66. But he manages to cross the line, so he will finish down in 16th spot. I think it could change. Could change. We'll wait. But he's definitely down the list. Tim Ross with the win. Alex Hill home in second. We'll look at those in a moment. Here we go. Your unofficial top 10. 144G, Tim Ross takes the win. 95N, Alex Hill. He kept those eyes looking forward this time. Home in second place. Quinn Ryan on a mission in the 46B in third. 557C, Darryl Wallace. Then William Humphries. Remember, he's come all the way from the back because we're talking about him pre-race start. Home in fifth place. Adam Joblin, he's come from the back in sixth place. 147K, Matt Nielsen in seventh. Shay Hambling in 8th, Dylan Marshall 9th, and the 669 of Brendan Tighe in 10th place. So let's see if we can just find out what the issues were down there with your Minty.
A wire's fallen off. Believe it or not, a wire has fallen off, which has stopped the power coming. Couldn't quite grab it. He's heading back to the pits, but just one of the main wires up under the dash.
Yeah.
The nuts come off and it's fallen off. So it meant he's just lost power. So I think to get himself going, he's seen the wire off.
Yeah.
He's driven one-handed and put the wire back onto the connection just to get it going.
So disappointing, but no such issues for Tim Ross. And the 144G takes the win. So yeah, unofficially Randall Tarrant home there in 16th place. All right, I think we're going to head pit side, and Bianca is standing by with our current 2NZ former New Zealand champion, Jason Long.
Jason, I mean, that was a great race that you won. You were having a really respectful race with Wayne. Then there was a stop. What happened?
Oh, yeah, so I had my back grid for that one, and there was a couple of pile-ups going through and managed to slip through, and yeah, Wayne and Eulenberg were leading the race, and yeah, they got caught up, so I managed to slip under and take the lead. So yeah, no, really needed it, but got a lot of work to do in this last race.
And you were saying just before, it's a new car, but you've still got a few little teething problems?
Yeah, we've had a pretty rough start with it, but we've got a real good team behind us, and really lucky with our crew that we've got, as well as Peter Rees and Brian Hartley, Tim Clark, all helping out on the car. So we've got plenty of knowledge there, but we just need to make sure we can nail it down and get it home in this last race.
Absolutely. So when you're talking names of names, they're the big names of Speedway.
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows Peter Rees, everyone knows Brian Hartley, and obviously Tim Clark's done a lot with open wheel racing, and he's made his way to Superstock racing. So yeah, he's been really good for us with our shocks and that, and yeah, he's been working closely with us tonight, and we're needing it at the moment.
Well, let's just trust that you're in very good hands. Were you coming off in your last race?
Yeah, so I'm grid 12, back on the outside again, right in the middle of the pack there. Just a bit of a lottery on the first turn here, so yeah, we'll just aim to get through those first few laps, and hopefully we can put ourselves in a position to go through tomorrow night.
And it seems, Jason, at the minute that the people that are starting mid-pack are actually having a better finish, so you might be on the money on this one.
Yeah, I had a bit of a mishap in the first race, pretty rookie error really, but yeah, I managed to still get it home in 11th. But yeah, we're a long way from home yet, so yeah, we've still got a whole nother race to go.
Absolutely, Jason. Good luck for the rest of the night. Go have fun, but keep it safe. Awesome.
Technical Welding Services Hamilton are specialists in the transit concrete mixer industry. From chassis drop-off to a full working concrete mixing, the team will take care of the job from start to finish. Full engineering services and general sheet metal work can also be undertaken. Need a quote? Call 07 847 2031 or visit our website www.techweld.nz. Technical Welding Services Hamilton, we are the experts.
Take a look at how they are lining up the back part of the grid in Heat 2 for the Aotearoa Ladies Crown. Miller Theobald and Alex Jones on grids 13 and 14. Rebecca Barr on grid 15, and outside her is Azaria Simpson from Auckland. Aria Berg 57B on grid 17, and Hazel Brown 915R will be on grid 18. 51P is Hannah Field on grid 19, and the 98S of Cheyenne Reed is on grid 20. We then go to Reed and Gray on grids 21 and 22. Kirsten Kaiser 681 is on grid 23 with the 17G of Tara Whiteman on the outside, and the back row filling it up for this one, the 31S, the tank of Chloe Ingram, and the 26T right at the back. Cheryl
Just
Walker
a quick one, Paul, if I can,
Cromwell.
before they start. Down here with the 58k of Roygaard, we wondered what went wrong as he drove off after that first heat. It blew the power steering as he drove through the gate. They had to pull the radiator out. They had to take the dry sump off. They had to pull everything out to get at the steering box, which they managed to do and get it back out there. But Dave said as he came off the track, the whole thing just hemorrhaged. So he's got a couple of fingers and a couple of burnt arms from hot radiators.
Oh, ouch. Right, towards the front of the grid for this one, 83S Dana Kingsbeer is on pole. On the outside of the front row is Gemma Holloway, 14B. Row 2, grid 3 on the inside is 121 GM Sinead McNally, and on the outside Alicia Gordon, the 15A. Officials are happy. We are set to go rolling. A couple of empty spots here though. Grid 5 I see is empty. That's Carol Pajewski. So we saw her with some issues in that opening heat as well. And grid 18 also empty, Hazel Brown. So here we go. Sharkies Engineering Limited, our Theodore Ladies Crown, heat 2 of 6 in the starters' hands for this 12 lap. A green flag up, green flag down. Let's go. The 18V of Hayley James immediately diving down towards the inside. She'll come out of there in third spot. And lights are red.
I wonder whether they're going to start pulling people off for their line through turn 1. I don't see anything else that's possibly happened.
Yep, look at that. They're going to restart them.
Wow.
Yeah. Here we go. Let's take a look at the replay. Look at these cars. Look at them diving. I didn't think that was too. Not compared with the last Superstock race.
No, the last Superstock race was a lot worse.
Was there a jump start? Okay, may have been a jump start. So yeah, must have been a jump start. Yep, no, we've gone back to the replay. There was no jump start there. It was just a very quick off the mark. It was the 33. It was a 33 of Karina Annan. She was very quick. As soon as the green flag came down, she was on it. So it was not a jump start. When you look at the replay. But again, we got the beauty of the replays, the referees don't. So heat 1 winner, of course, Rebecca Barr, starting on grid 15. Race 12 of the night. Here we go. Oh my God, car being taken out to the wall there. Caught up. And Rebecca Barr's come to a stop. The 134 has stopped. Oh, that's going to throw this wide open now. So Gemma Holloway leads this one from Sinead McNally. Hayley James in third spot. So a couple sitting sideways, coming off turn 2. If they don't get mobile soon, the refs will give them the chance. And then we might see a red light for those two cars over there coming off turn 2. So a little bit of push and shove there as they come around that corner and have to take it real easy to avoid the cars that are sitting there. Now we'll go red. And now find, Murphy's Law. One of them gets mobile. Off the start after the red lights are on. Got one car traipsing around under the red light. Must have been told by the referees to go around there, maybe. You'd have to think. She's done nearly half a lap on the track under red lights. So we see the replay, the big cruncher there. Alex Jones getting caught up in it. That's dropped her back down the field. So the 15 just gets turned sideways. And the 33 in there, Dana Kingsbeer as well. So Alicia Gordon has managed to pull to the infield. Lauren Swift out of Hawke's Bay, driving the 42. Good move in the opening heat up from grid 23. And she came home in 8th place, so plus 15 to the 42B in the opening heat. Here we go, here's... So... Yeah, we see the 33 jumping forward there. From the front angle, to me it just looked like she got a start right on the green flag. Oh well. No. Okay, so Barry, Rod McNaughton, our head referees, just come up the stairs.
Which is fantastic.
Yeah.
He's up to date like this. Not so fantastic for Randall Tarrant because he had that broken car in the last heat.
Yes.
Exited the track on the back straight, down the back straight.
He did.
Trundled his way around the infield and re-entered the track to finish over here on the front straight.
Yes.
Didn't
Illegal.
interfere with anybody else or anything like that, but you must re-enter the track where you exit. And effectively took a shortcut and excluded from the result. No
Fair
relegation,
enough.
That is an exclusion.
Well, it's a blatant rule break, isn't it?
It is, yes. Of what she wouldn't be thinking about at the time. He's thinking, what's wrong with my car? How can I get it to the end? The obvious thing is to get out of other people's way so you don't get served from behind.
Kendall Reid's going to pull to the infield. So Gemma Holloway runs wide. The purple car moves to the lead. Shanae McNally. Of course, we saw her get caught up in that, well, I was going to say a wall ride, but hanging off the side of the Aria Berg car. So she's taken the lead now. Palmer comes in, puts the bumper in, tries sending her wide. 83 Dana Kingsbeer, our pole sitter for this one, just got caught up in that a little bit, but these two running hard and fast. Out front, Shanae McNally and Gemma Holloway. Then it's back to Hayley James. Oh, big crunch into the concrete down in turn number 1 and 2. Come to a stop down there as well. Oh, and then gets hit big time. 2 or 3 big crunches in the side. Lights will go red. So Shanae McNally, who was leading the race, she's got caught up down over and amongst all that and has come to a stop. Yeah, so she ran wide, did Shanae McNally, and came to a stop behind that other car that was stopped down there. As Holloway made her way up the inside. So it was the 98S. Cheyenne Reid, who a lap earlier had gone kind of straight ahead into the concrete down there in turn 2. So 4 to go. Oh, big one down there in the turn 3 and 4. Shanae McNally got caught up in that one again. Geez, I just caught the end of that. Didn't know whether it was an intentional one or not. Might have been a big takeout on Lexi Hendricks. Seemed to be the target in that one. So the white flag is out, 1 to go for Gemma Holloway. And she takes the checkered flag. Hayley James will come home in second place, and Lauren Swift with another good finish as well in third. So Gemma Holloway takes first place, Hayley James home in second, Lauren Swift in third. Miller Theobald in fourth, and Azaria Simpson rounded out the top 5. It was then Stacey Smith, Tara Whiteman, Alex Jones, Chloe Ingram, and Khan Gray home in 10th place for Heat 2 of Sharkies Engineering Aotearoa Ladies Crown. Right, so in that last stoppage, we ran through a couple of the groups for you. Barry's still working frantically away. We'll get an update from him when he's ready to go. And, give that to us.
Yeah, I think what I'll do, Paul, is as each group comes out, we'll go through the top 10 on points, looking for the top 5. I think that's going to be the easiest way. Apparently, they have subtotals appearing on the screen downstairs, but not upstairs at this stage, but they are working on it, so we'll see how we go.
Yeah, so we just getting a bit of news in our ear, and we had heard that earlier on tonight. Another spoiler alert, I suppose. well, no, this isn't a spoiler alert. Some sad news to report that Meatloaf has passed away. Of course, well-known singer. Great tunes, legendary albums, Bat Out of Hell, some great tunes. So sad news, Meatloaf has passed away. Here we go, this attack, there we go, it's Shanae McNally on Lexi Hendricks. And then Kirsten Kaiser just kind of got tangled up in that as well. So I don't know whether it was an intentional attack by McNally. I think Hendricks was kind of a little bit out of control and a little half spin right in front there.
Are you building a new commercial business or home? Or is it time that your existing premises had a repaint anywhere in the South Island? Then Anderton Decorators have you covered. From floor to ceiling, wall to roof, Anderton Decorators offer the latest techniques, equipment and technology to make even the hardest tasks seem simple. Anderton Decorators also has the expert team to take the frustration out of your next project. Call Shane today on 027 Painting. That's 027 724 6846. Anderton Decorators. We have you covered.
So
this is Heat 3, isn't it?
Yep, so it's not so much about the grids and where they start, it's who do we need to be watching and who's on points and where do they start, Barry?
Yeah, so Peter Bengston is leading on points at the moment with 47 points, 50 AP, 22W is Richard Gaskin, 1 point behind on 46. Now Peter Bengston's up on grid 6. Gaskin a little bit further back on 14, and then on 44 points we have Malcolm Nartai, but this time on grid 8. And then we've got 3 cars on 4th equal, 2NZ, 89R and 591P, all with 42 points. And obviously we're looking for a top 5, so that's top 6, one of those has to miss out there somewhere. But Josh Prentice sitting on 40 points, so only a couple of points outside those top 5 at the moment. He's on grid 4.
Yeah, so he's kind of got the best grid draw of all of those drivers who are up there on points, doesn't he?
He has. He's he's ahead of everybody. Only one row ahead of Peter Bengston, but Bengston's not going to be looking at taking anybody out. He'll be looking to keep out of trouble. And so that's your top 7. Then there's a 5-point gap back to 66R and 85S. So really does look like 7 cars fighting for 5 spots.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's going to take 4 or 5 of those cars to DNF for one of those other cars to come into the reckoning. For this one, though, we can tell you that it is Adam Groom starting on pole. Brett Nichols outside him in 48N. Row 2 is the 335 of Ken Hunter. And as we mentioned, Josh Prentice, 5G, the former 1NZ stock car driver out of Wellington. All right, this is Red Group. Who will be our qualifiers? And we're creeping. Oh, they fixed it up themselves. Here we go, this time. Let's go. Well, problems for Hunter straight off the bat. A lot of cars skidding across the infield there again as well too. Paul Maybe gets turned around. Craig Chatfield hemming into the concrete. Jason Long into the concrete. They bounce out though and carry on running hard. Lights are red for Paul Maybe. Yeah, that big field coming around at you as he sits strewn across the track.
Just as he moved, they went red.
Yeah.
He head down it. Just got it kicked.
Yeah. So he will head infield.
And as per usual, they're never happy, are they?
No.
When they know they were just about to move. The ref certainly
I was going to say,
doesn't.
Minty and Mark Dickey were talking about it earlier on, going on about always smiling in this sport. Well, not in that situation. All right, here we go. So Brett Nichols, your race leader. It is tied out there through turn 1 and 2. Eulenberg with big sparks. We've got cars bouncing off the concrete coming through turn 3 and 4. So Brett Nichols still your race leader. Needing some good points in this one. Look at those flames from the back of Jason Long's car. Pretty impressive with Wayne Hemi riding behind him. So Jason Long makes the pass on Prentice. Still leading after the 7 laps. He's got a big lead. Peter Bengston sitting comfortably in second place. And he'll know that's all he's got to do. Oh, Damien Orr's gone around. Up in turn 2, he's going to drop right down the pack. Finds reverse, gets that car moved down the way in turn 2 off the racing line. Adam Groom looks up the inside of Mark Costello. Hasn't had a flashlight in the office, the 198R car. Malcolm Reed still out there running hard. Callum Flavel in behind him. Steve Hampton in the concrete wall in turn 2. He's got some issues getting out of there. Maybe he's got no steering. He looks to be going backwards and forwards. Here's our race leader making a pass round the outside on lap traffic. Lights will go red for Hampton. And now he gets the car going. Yeah, it looks like they've just... It doesn't look as though that steering wants to budge. Hard turn right.
So looking at those top 7 on points that we're keeping an eye on at the moment, Bengston 2nd, Prentice 3rd, Long 4th, Hemi 5th, Nartai 6th, Richard Gaskin 7th, Brad Eulenberg 9th. So...
was Eulenberg in that top 7? Or was he just out?
No,
he was just
he's
outside.
equal. He's
so
just
Brody James is the one. He's dropped down to 18th place.
Yes.
Yeah, good battle going on between the 19C and the 22R at Gaskin and Nartai. They've been swapping places for about the last 3 laps. Of course, Gaskin with a couple more points than Nartai, so I wonder if Malcolm Reed will put his car on the road. Hampton wouldn't be going anywhere with a look at his car as it comes past me. The right front suspension is just ripped clean out of that car, and the wheels facing right angles to what it should be, so there was no way that would drive forward.
So we look at all of 10 laps gone, 2 to go. Race leader sitting just down, heading towards the pit gate. There's Peter Bengston in the green, number 58, sitting comfortably in 2nd spot. He will top the group if he can hold on to that for another 2 more laps.
Brody James has dropped out, but yeah, there's still 6 guys going for 5 spots at the moment.
Oh, we had a couple of big jumps there. Oh, Brody James, big shot on Wayne Hemi.
Well, that'll be the other one that drops out.
And takes Hemi to the wall. He got him. And the checkered flag is out.
That broke Hemi's steering aid. That just ripped it out like Hampton's.
So same issue apparently, Minty, you reckon, with steering on Hemi's car. Well, obviously not helped by the fact he got taken out by James. He just lined him up and took him out big time.
Yeah,
now, he's not the first. I would call Wayne Hemi a superstar of super stocks. He is not the first superstar that Brody James has taken out this year.
No, he's had a crack at Asher Rees.
He had a big crack at Asher Rees.
Gaskin got through?
Yes.
He took Mitch Vickery out. He's cruising for, I think he's going to have his number on a lot of cars' dashes as Brody James. But he's not afraid to put in the big shots. But he's just got to know it's going to come back at him big time. So, Barry's frantically working the numbers. Well, obviously we know that, it's not going to be Wayne Hemi.
Malcolm Nartai get in?
Well, we don't know, Minty. We don't have points on our computer.
But based on my maths, top qualifier 58p. Peter Bengston was 72 points. Second qualifier will be 22W Richard Gaskin with 67 points. Third qualifier Malcolm Nartai with 66. Fourth qualifier 2NZ Jason Long with 65. And the fifth qualifier, the 5G, with 64 points. That's unofficial. That's based on how we saw them cross the line. We've seen an exclusion tonight. We've seen a relegation tonight. But that's as we see it. The other 2 that were in those top 7 fighting for spots, both DNF, Brody James and Wayne Hemi. So, yeah, So that really left the other 5 to finish on their own.
Yeah, it did at the end, didn't it?
I got Malcolm Nartide. Malcolm, unofficially you might have done enough. That's a better way to qualify in it.
Yeah, obviously we're here doing it for all the Poms that aren't coming over this year, and use Mongs over there, the ones that know who I'm talking about, the guys we race with, they're definitely Mongs. And yeah, they're a lot of guys, and really disappointed not to see Frankie and all those troops come over. Like they really would have put a show on, but there's enough rivalry going around the stadium, so there'll be a good show tomorrow night.
Malcolm, hellishly hard racing out there with just the brakes at the right time. You and Richard Gaskin having a great battle all through that race.
Yeah, we used to run the old street stocks together, and we never gave each other an inch then either. So yeah, it was good. Beside Gaskin, I know he's not dirty, and he would have given me as much as I gave him. So yeah, good racer.
The good thing about this is this: you got through to the final without having to go repicharge or all that other crap you've gone through other years.
I might just jump in the repicharger anyway, I think.
Just for the hell of it, so feel like normal.
Yeah, feel like normal. Yeah, that'd be great.
Malcolm, well done. Unofficially looks like you're through. Great night. Go and give the car a good old tune up tonight and be ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, and hi to all the people at home, and hopefully this is our last big Speedway meeting for the year, so fingers crossed.
You don't say that.
No, hopefully not.
Don't say that.
Hopefully not. Yeah,
there's Malcolm Nartide, the 90C, pretty happy. He's done it the easy way this time, Paul. Normally he's doing it the hard way with that bloody repicharge. You don't like that, eh?
Yeah. Although, like we've talked about so often, repicharges, if you end up coming through from the repicharge, you can a lot of the time end up on the podium because you've had a little bit of a test run before all these other drivers when you're coming into the finals.
I broke his car.
So just seeing some of the replays here. Damien all hard out into the concrete there. That's where Wayne Hemi got caught up
now.
A little bit in there.
I broke it. Oh, there we go. I broke it.
So here we go. Take a look at this. Here's the replay. Wayne Hemi goes around the outside of Brodie James, and James just lines him up and takes him out to the concrete. So, of course, second meeting for this brand new car for Wayne Hemi.
Young Mr. James isn't holding back, is he?
No, he's not.
Like, holy smoke.
First season in the Super Stocks.
His father, Jeff, was such a gentleman. Sometimes.
Of course, he was former New Zealand Saloon Car champion, Jeff James, back in the day. Super Saloons,
the gold
3NZ.
chassis, 3NZ in the Super Stocks.
All right, Green Group.
Always had a gold chassis, eh? In a lot of these later cars. Most of the time.
Yeah, so they won that 1NZ in the Super Saloons in a run-off at Huntley, whereas after contacting the first corner, his opponent finished up upside down. So.
All right, Green Group. Let's move on to this one now. And how are we stacking up? And who are we on the lookout for in this one, Barry?
Well, it obviously changes a bit with Thomas Stanaway not coming out, because we did have on 48 points the 52p of Scott Joplin and the 87B of Thomas Stanaway. That obviously leaves an extra spot open now.
Yep.
So next was Caelan Mooney, 5 points back on 43. Then the 971C of Jaden Ward on 42 points. The 581P of Jordan Dare on 40 points. So they were your top 5. But now effectively there's another spot there. 722 David Lowe was on 39 points. The 33R of Maybe, 38 points. 31W on 36 points. And 58K and 638R on 35 points as well. So bit of a lead the top 2 had, which is now the top 1. But there's only a few points between like 3rd and 10th at the moment.
Yeah.
So, well, 3rd and 9th now that Stanaway's out.
And they're spread across the grid as well, so...
Well, that becomes 2nd and 9th, actually, doesn't it? So, so there's probably 8 cars fighting for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th spots there at the moment. And grids don't seem to mean a lot tonight, do they?
No, they don't.
We've seen some huge moves through the field.
And the thing, and also with some of the stuff that's gone on tonight, in that top 10 or top 9 there is there, Mitch Vickery's not in there. He's just another 1 point back. This is his front grid for the 3NZ, so we know how quick he is. But we've got Caelan Mooney up there on grid 2.
Right,
so he's flying.
He's had a stunning night. He's sitting 2nd on points, and I was on grid 2.
All right, here we go. Pole sitter. is James Clark out of Gisborne. Let's go racing. So got one a little bit sideways and tangled up through there. I think that it's going to cause a few issues back in the pack. I think it might have been Mooney. It is. He's gone backwards big time.
Yeah, it was Mooney got tagged up to turn round.
Yeah. So yeah, he has gone backwards. So James Clark is your race leader. David Lowe up in second. Then Stephen Roygard, Mitch Vickery. The way they're running there. So a couple of settling laps. Remember, the top 5 go through to the finals tomorrow night from each group. Our top 26 will do battle. We've got a car that's come to a stop. Not where he wants to be as the cars come charging around and the lights will go red.
It's car 31.
It's Josh Patterson, 31W. I think he was
Yep.
in your list there, so cross him off Barry. He's not going to be a factor anymore.
He's going to be a 0 as well, so
Yep.
he was sitting 8th, but yeah, take Stanaway out. He was actually sitting 7th on points, so good result. Would have seen Josh Patterson through.
So this is his first World 240s. He is another one of these drivers who came through the ranks in the mini stocks, and here at Paradise Valley we hold every year the mini stocks in Paradise event. There is no official New Zealand title for the mini stocks, but for the drivers they kind of look at that mini stocks in Paradise as their unofficial New Zealand title. Josh Patterson, a winner of that mini stocks in Paradise event.
Jordan Deere and Joblin, just are they sitting down the back right in front of you, Paul? Fairly well down. Right underneath your
They're
control
running
tower now.
17th and 18th.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which opens the door up for the likes of Roygard and Vickery in a big way.
They did start on the back row pretty much though. Keegan Levine running right in the back of the field as well. So a few of the big names having nights to forget here at Paradise Valley Speedway. Oh, that was Joblin, big rush along the concrete wall. And Jordan Deere's going backwards as well. He's really struggling at the moment. Is that Robbie Maybe, I think, the 33 car that's just pulled in field? Out front though, still the 29G. As Keegan Levine goes to the grass as well. Down into turn 1 under the super screen, there is your race leader. Mitch Vickery puts the shot onto Roygard. He wants that spot. The two Key Kings team members. They're doing battle. Hayden Chapman is sitting in the sitting in the concrete down in turn 1 and 2. But Clark doing a good job out front. Lights are red. Now, look like some flames coming out from James Clark's car. The race leader's just underneath the left rear.
It's brakes.
Okay.
Spraying showers of brake.
Yeah.
Just the brake pads. By the looks of it, it looked like that what it was. But Joblin and Deere just not making any headway, Paul.
Joblin's up to 10th now.
That's cars sort of coming to the infield.
So he started on 23 and is up
Yep.
to 10th. So there's still 4 laps to go. Jordan Deere down in 13th of 16 on track. So yeah, he is struggling a little bit.
Yeah, well, Joblin had 48
He
points.
was leading on. He was points leader, so he doesn't need to do anything.
He just needs
drastic,
to
does
finish,
he?
to be honest, really.
Yep.
That's right, yeah. A finish would see him in the top 5, so he won't be taking any chances. Jordan Deere, on the other hand, is sitting 5th on points, and he's only got up as far as 13th, so he needs to be a little bit more careful.
And
David Lowe, Mitch Vickery, Stephen Roygard, Jaden Ward, Caelan Mooney, all way up ahead of him at the moment.
Who are only like 1, 2, 3, 4 points behind him.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Jordan Deere, the 581P, sitting
He's
in
on the
13th
cusp.
from the restart.
And see, like Mitch Vickery, we didn't hardly even mention before, so he's on 34, so he's 6 points behind Jordan Deere, but he's 10 spots ahead, so he is actually ahead of him in the marketplace. The 3NZ of Mitch Vickery right on his tail. Every point desperate for these drivers tonight in this qualifying process to get themselves in the big game, the big dance tomorrow night. It'll be white flag next time around for our race leader. He's done a good job, the 29G. Of course, had a DNF in that opening heat though, which has stifled his efforts tonight. White flag is out, 1 to go. Oh, Vickery, oh, that could be costly. Look at how's that battle for the spots into the corner. That Jordan Deere getting passed by Sam Guys in the last corner drops him down to 14th place.
Is that good racing? Is that a hard racing incident? Should one have backed out when he's at the wall, got pushed in and out? Don't know. We'll see what
as long as it was on the track.
Yeah, we'll see what Hot Rod says.
If it was on the track, there's no issues. I did just think at the end of that straight where they went into the turn, I did think Mitch Vickery might have got forced up onto the grass there a little bit.
Yeah.
And then made the pass. If that is the case, and he does get relegated, he'll get relegated 2 spots.
Which will take him back to equal with someone, probably Roygard, isn't it?
Yeah, we're just looking at the Roygard points now.
What did he have? 35, I think.
Yeah.
35.
Plus
Should make him 57.
Which, and if Mitch does get relegated 2, that'll put him on 57. Although that would, no, it wouldn't give Roygard any more because Roygard was in 5th
place.
So,
yeah.
But hey, we got the referees will. That's pending a referee change.
Yes.
As it stands at the moment, Vickery is in and Roygard misses out. Yet no final for Jordan Deere either.
So as I said, that's pending my bad maths as well. So.
Yeah. So it figures out why Deere was struggling with a flat tyre. Just not getting the drive he needed.
All right, now what do we come to here now? This is yellow group, Barry.
Okay, and they haven't even actually worked out who the points leaders are on this one, so we'll do that.
You do quickly. That while we looking at what's going on here. And it will be the 95 who will sit on pole for this one. Blue group, 95. Daryl Williams is on pole. Empty on the outside of the front row, so no Jared Gray. Looks like grid 7 might be empty as well. Seth Hodge out of Palmerston North is missing. So we've had Peter Rees win a heat here. Brad McGee winning a heat as well. So this is the one where Hayden Hart, part of this group. Oh, here comes the 74, so Jared Gray is there, and he'll reverse up into the outside of the front row. A few more empty spots further back there as well. Rebecca Barr right down the back. So of course she was the one who carried the checkered flag. Then was relegated 2 spots for making a pass on the grass.
So yeah, your points leaders in this one first equal with 47 points. William Humphreys, who's on grid 2, and Daryl Wallace, who's on grid 18. They're on 47. On 43 points, we have the 62P of Adam Joplin off grid 6. So good grid for Adam there. And the 46B of Quinn Ryan, he's off grid 3. So 3 of your top 4 starting right up near the front for this final heat.
All right, green flag drops are underway. Sorry, my apologies there, Barry. I said you're wrong. This is blue group. So you're working on the ones for the next one. So keep that going. Apologies for that.
Okay.
Right.
I'll have yellow well and truly sus.
You will. You will.
But I can't tell you what's going on here.
All right, Daryl Williams is your race leader. '73A Bryce Marks right on his tail. Jared Gray holding on there to third. Oh, big pile up coming off turn 2. So Dale Robinson, the big name, pulled up over there.
Yeah, Robinson got tagged and tied up. That's his lead gone. And have they stopped for Alderton or Robinson? Dale Robinson the wrong way round, facing down the track. Alderton into the wall, so there's no room for anyone to go.
Yeah.
Alderton car was moving. They're coming straight in to pick up Alderton or Robinson. That'll be gutting for Robinson because he was 45 points by my reckoning, third in the group from grid 15. Second
equal in the group. Leading the points on this one, Peter Rees on 47. Then we've got Sheldon Adapede and Dale Robinson was second equal on 45. Then back to 42 points for Carl Shearer. 39 points, Seth McConchy, so he didn't end up with a DNF in that second heat. Hayden Hart and Matty Wise and Brad McGee all on 37. So there's kind of 8 cars battling for 5 spots in this one.
Discussion going on the Dale Robinson car, looking and just trying to get the Aaron Alderton car out of the road. They're telling Dale Robinson to get off. His car's going, and they're saying the red was for him. So they're explaining it now. Looks like Robinson, the car's going.
Well, I suppose, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, he's just crashed into the barrier. You think he could get into some trouble for that one?
I'd say yes.
Yeah. Look,
So who was the red for? Was it Alderton or Robinson?
Well,
or
I would say both, because Dale Robinson was pointing the wrong way up the track.
Yeah.
At the incoming traffic. So that to me is a red light for him.
Maybe not an interview I'll do straight away.
No.
Well,
he won't be as happy as when he paid the crash crew some dollars at the
to
New
not
Zealand
wreck his
camps
wing
last year
last
to get his car down off the top of the fence without damaging his wing.
So we should see all these cars on the pit straight get moved back. They were up in turn 4 when these cars in turn 1 had come to a stop. They picked up a whole straight. Doesn't look like it. All right. Race leader Bryce Marks in the 73. Matty Wise puts a charge onto Hayden Hart, but Hart is holding him off at the moment. Also, Chad Ace has made it back out, but ended up on the infield again. First, second, third, fourth, that's the way they sit on the track, that's the way they're running. Carl Shearer now had moved up into second spot. Now he takes the lead, the 75. Williams came in with a big punch on McConchie. McConchie comes back at him. But here's Carl Shearer looking good in the 75. White flag out, one.
The flames out.
Yep.
But they, I think they saw the flames and thought that's probably more than an exhaust fire. But yeah, Williams, geez, that was lucky. He went right across the top of him. I thought he was up and over and gone.
So did I.
Tell you the battle, McConchie, the 272, Matty Wise and him have been serving each other, and Peter Rees has just sort of been keeping out of it.
Okay, we've got a replay on the super screen of this incident. So you can see this is down the back, the three of them here. Rebecca Barr just kind of forces them wide. Curry gets sideways. Williams keeps his foot in it, and up and over he goes. Well, when I say over, he goes over the top of Des Curry.
I can confirm the red light was for Dale Robinson. Just had it confirmed in my ear from one of the guys. So the red light was for Dale. That's quite exciting.
Yeah.
And lucky not to get cleaned up by the cars coming through.
Exactly. Very lucky. All right, so we have actually finished the race. We do still have, well, Daryl Williams is... There's a couple of cars that are yet to finish. And we go again. And now most of them should be home.
Somebody must have stopped there, 'cause quite a few of them have Hayden Hart to 25, yeah. 24, 23, Peter Rees 20. Yeah, Peter Rees has dropped back some places on that last lap.
Yeah, I'm just... Something weird's gone on there as well. We've got cars that have done 13 laps. It's all over the place.
Yeah, it is now.
Yeah.
All of a sudden Sheldon Arapiri's up another 3 points. That's not going to disappear on me, is it, Paul?
I'll click that one. No, it shouldn't now. I don't know whether those are the Carl Shearer. Mind you, a lot went on in that last lap, didn't it? So
I don't know. I was looking at this piece of paper.
So Carl Shearer, no doubt about it, is your race winner. Daryl Williams was right up there until that issue happened with Des Curry. So we'll get some provisional points to you in a moment.
It's action for the whole family. With 23 tracks around New Zealand, there is no better way to spend your weekends than at a Speedway New Zealand track.
Here they come to the start-finish line again.
There's something for the whole family. Sprint cars, saloons, stock cars, sidecars, midgets and much, much more. Pack up the family and make a trip to adrenaline-filled, action-packed bashes and crashes that only Speedway can deliver. Visit www.speedway.co.nz to find out the track nearest to you. Speedway, it's our summer thing.
Carl Shearer, good old win. It's a good way to... Oh, it looks like you might have got through.
Yeah, good win. Take what we can get and hopefully qualify.
Yeah, I think you might be right with having the win with the points you had going into that, but she's hard work out there.
I can't hear you.
Hard work out there?
Yeah, definitely hard work out there. Track's slicked off mid-track tonight, so yeah, it's good.
What about is all these Rees chassis? What's so good about them?
What's that, sorry? I can't hear you.
All right, we'll call that one off there then, Vinty. No, it's not working. So let's go down into the pits, and this time Bianca's
Peter
with Peter
Bingston
Bingston.
coming home second in your final race for the night. I think you've automatically qualified for the race tomorrow.
Yeah, it's put us top on the points for our group, but it was good.
Listen, that last race for me was the race of the night. If you knew what was happening behind you, you'd be even more impressed with your second place.
Yeah, like you can see a little bit of it going on, but the track determined it. You know, like there was slick spots and stuff like that. But hey, it's good. Like, you know, you had another 20 odd cars out there the same pace, so you're going to get incidents. Yeah.
And we were talking just before we came online, and you brought up a really good point, Peter, and you said, listen, Bianca, there's 100 New Zealand champs here. This is harder than hard.
Yeah, it is. If you think about it, like, you know, there is 100 odd cars and within hundreds of a second of each other. Yeah. So there's no, like, you only need a little bit of luck here and there and you'll get through, but if you don't have it on night, you're out the back door and you won't even qualify for the second tier. It's that hard. So, no, I'm stoked where we got anyway.
I'm stoked for you, Peter. Tell us how the track's behaving, because it's so different to your first race.
Yeah, the first race was blimmin' good, you know. For the heat, it was real good. Next one, it got a little bit slicker, and I thought it'd come back, but there's a slick line through the middle of the track. Good drive down low, good drive up top, but you gotta you know, watch it.
Yeah. Listen, you go and relax. You've earned your beer tonight. Well done, and we'll see you again tomorrow, Peter. Cheers, guys.
Thank you very much. There we go, Bianca with Peter Bengston. Right, Barry, just quickly on that group we've just seen. What's your read and take on that based on our provisional points?
Yeah, unofficially 75S, Carl Shearer. Top qualifier was 68. 10G, Peter Rees, second on 67. Third place, Sheldon Araperi on 63 points, 9C. And then fourth, equal, 272, Seth McConchie with 62 points, and Hayden Hart 166A, 62 points. So Matty Wise on 61, missing out by one point. So one more point, he'd have been in a three-way runoff for that last spot.
Okay, all of this is of course provisional. For the official results, do keep an eye on our website, rotoruaspeedway.co.nz. Those will all be there later on tonight if we don't get them to you before that. We do actually have, I've had red and green group placed in front of me with times on them, and they both look as though they might almost be official now. So
we'll just give you a yellow group going into this final one. First equal at the moment here with the 94P with 47 points. First equal with the 557C. So they're looking really, they've got to finish. They've got a bit of a lead. You go back to the 62P of Adam Joplin on 43 points, the 46B on 42 points, and then you've got a 5-point gap, so almost 10 points off the lead. But you've got a whole bunch of cars there. 57V, 37 points. 95N, 36 points. 98R, 36 points. 422R, 36 points.
So they're kind of battling it out for one spot, potentially, aren't they?
For one spot, yeah. The top four, if they finish okay, yeah, they'll be okay. So you've got another 4 cars separated by 1 point for that final spot.
All right, here we go. Yellow group, final qualifying race of the night here at Paradise Valley Speedway. They're all pretty much through there okay. Oh, I spoke too soon. Robbins for the 27W. Simon Davis will pull off to the infield. Out front though, Quinn Ryan is your leader. William Humphreys in behind him. Adam Joblin's up to 8th and Darryl Wallace is 9th. So those are those top 4 that we were talking about. Oh, cars everywhere down in turn 2 or turn 1. Jamie Hemi sitting, oh, and Joblin almost collects him. Mark Decky, I think it is pulled to the infield. Hemi finally hooks a reverse. Dykstra is pointing the wrong way up the racetrack as well. It's a long wait here, I thought, considering Oh, Dykstra pulls out in front. Oh, jeez. Hemi gets back mobile as well. Brendan Tighe. Did he have a bit of a go there at Joblin, maybe? Oh, somebody is now. Joblin gets turned around by Hamish Booker. So that's going to drop Adam Joblin down from 6th spot. Oh, and again, second spin and a quarter of a lap. They're all after him. So it's dropped him down to 15th place. Adam Joblin. So race leader still the 46 of Quinn Ryan. The 94 William Humphries in 2nd spot as the race leaders come up on the back markers. So it's Ryan, Humphries, Hambling. The laps ticking by. 3 to go in this final qualifying race of the night here at the World 240s. We don't appear to be needing any runoffs at this stage. Could that be different in this one? William Humphries just sitting on the back bumper of Quinn Ryan. He knows he doesn't need to pass him. It's not what it's about in this one. Oh, Quinn Ryan gets tangled up with Jamie Hemi. And Ryan's going to come to a stop. Oh, this throws it all open. As he came under the white flag. So William Humphries will take the win. Oh, and then Joblin comes in, puts the big punch on Quinn Ryan to make the pass. It'll pick up the spot as well. So Quinn Ryan from race leader with the white flag to 15th place.
That is going to change a few things.
Woo! We will.
That just bigged everything up, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. So Barry's working frantically with his mathematical mind.
Yeah,
and
well, we thought that the top 4 were clear.
sorted.
But yeah, Adam Joblin and Quinn Ryan finishing 14th and 15th.
So bear with us. We'll get those results to you as soon as we can. 2 more races to come still, folks. The 3rd heat of Sharky's Engineering Limited Aotearoa Ladies Crown and the 3rd heat of the on-site Auto Electrical Mini Stock Invitation. So those are still to come. That'll give us a chance to get some official results to you. If you are going to head home, that is our super stocks. I see a few of you heading out, beat the car park. Do take it easy, drive safe, and we'll look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow night.
Dear oh dear.
Okay, so dear oh dear, what's that mean?
Well, I'm just seeing places changing and not points again, so I'll have to be careful here. So Shay Hambling's 2nd, yeah, 25. Should be 24 to Matt Nielsen, who wasn't in contention.
But will he be now? That's the thing, isn't it?
I think there's plenty of others. I'll have to double check that.
All right. Yeah, there's so many of them around, isn't there?
57, 57.
He was on 32.
73. 32 was he?
Yeah. 32 plus a 24.
24. I'll add him into the mix just in case.
Oh no, he's way off really, isn't he? Maybe. Okay, let's...
It's without doubt Humphries is easily top qualified.
Yep.
They're just saying 3-way runoff, are they?
For what?
Not sure. Has there been some changes? They're a pity group.
What? Blue. There's no official results for Blue Group yet.
Okay.
Yeah, from Yellow Group unofficially, 94P Humphries was 73. And then Darryl Wallace on 70. And then really we've seen the screen jump around a little bit. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 7 cars separated by about 3 points.
Maybe we just don't even go there with unofficial stuff if it's...
let's see.
Apologies tonight, not the usual delivery of the results.
1999. Prince had a hit song with that, didn't he?
He did.
1999.
Yeah.
That's going to be my favourite song tonight.
Unfortunately, he's passed away. Maybe maybe this computer system might do the same thing.
Well, I thought Manual Edition had passed away as well.
It's a thing we used to do at intermediate,
Exactly.
manual training.
Yeah.
It's about the last time I did it, Mindy.
Yeah. Okay, Aotearoa Ladies Crown, thanks to Sharkies Engineering Limited.
Got a second?
Yes, go for it.
Cam Ruigard, Stefan Ruigard. 1 point by the looks of it out.
Yeah, bloody Mitch, eh? Nah, it's been pretty cool. 5x5 with him, but it's just how it goes. So hopefully off the front tomorrow.
Yeah, get off front of that repecharge. It's always a good way to come through repecharge and win stuff, eh?
Oh, it is, but it's only one car though.
Now, how good's Dad been on the crew tonight? He's done all the hard yards, hasn't he?
Well, did a steering box in the first one. It's not easy.
What's it like having to follow the footsteps of your father, Dave Ruigard? He's been around for years. No pressure on you. You just love him doing what you're doing.
Well, you don't want to be known for what he's done.
Oh, there's no answer to that. I'm now leaving.
That's great.
Now leaving.
Okay, here we go.
Oh,
Heat 3. Let's take a look at how they're lining up. Jesse Wilson Henderson on grid 5. The 17G Tara Whiteman on the outside then. Swift and Kaiser on grids 7 and 8. Lexi Hendricks 4W is on grid 9. And outside her on grid 10 is 215 GM Khan Gray. 33W is on grid 11. Karina Annan. Kendall Reid 15R on grid 12. Grid 13 goes to Hayley James, the 18V. 98S. Cheyenne Reid is on 14. And then it is Hatton and Field on 15 and 16. Grid 17 is the 69S of Carol Pajerski, if she's made it back out there. 915 Hazel Brown on grid 18. 15A is Alicia Gordon on grid 19. Aria Berg sits on grid 20. Getting right down the back now, the 121 of Shanae McNally and the 4A of Azaria Simpson. Gemma Holloway and Rebecca Barr, grids 23 and 24, and on the back row is 83S Dana Kingsbeer and 28R Alex Jones. Just quickly there, Barry, what do you reckon for Yellow Group unofficially?
Well, certainly it looks like Shay Hambling has snuck in there with the second place, come from 9th on the points, going into the last heat for 3rd overall on 58, and Alex Hill 95N. 1 point behind on 57 points, but then we're only talking about 1 point back to Adam Joplin with 56, 147k, Matt Nielsen also on 56, 422R on 55. It's that close.
Yeah, all provisional at the moment.
Yeah, most definitely provisional.
All right, here we go. Heat 3 of the Aotearoa Ladies Crown, and we're underway. Miller Theobald on pole. Chloe Ingram and the tank on the outside, and it's going to be the big tank that'll lead them down the main straight for the first time. Oh, and around goes the 9, not where you want to do that. Stacey Smith. So still Chloe Ingram who leads from the local Miller Theobald. Rebecca Barr's come up from grid 24. She's up into 10th spot with just 2 laps gone. Oh, big push in there. Oh, and they managed to pull it up before the concrete wall. They are not holding back, are they, in this Aotearoa Ladies Crown? Heat 3 of 6. So 3 tonight. the points carry over to tomorrow. Unlike the super stocks. Oh, we got one up the concrete wall. Who was that? Was that Hayley James? It was. Yeah, Hayley James got taken up the concrete wall. One of the points leaders going into this one. Cheyenne Reed of 98S has got some issues again. Around goes Kirsten Kaiser in the 681. So lots to go, Reed. That'll be for Cheyenne Reed. It's come to a stop just up past the pit gate in front of the Speedway club rooms. So race leader, still the 189. So, Miller Theobald, our race leader in the 189, 17G Tara Whiteman is sitting in second place. Then back to the tank, Chloe Ingram, third. So Miller Theobald with that advantage all the way around turn 1 and 2. 6 laps down, 6 to go. All right, we're underway. So, of course, Hayley James was actually the points leader going into this heat. We saw her get taken out, so she's dropped down and is running in 13th in this heat at the moment. But it's 189, 17 to 31. That gap kind of closing up a wee bit between Theobald and Whiteman. The 17G car closing in on the race leader. Oh, the 4 and the 14 have a tag. So race leader Miller Theobald. Actually, that lead well and truly extended now. She crosses the line, gets the white flag. Oh, Alex Jones has got caught up and got spun around by Jessie Henderson, put her around. Chloe Ingram, and the tank's gone up to second place now, so something's happened to Tara Whiteman. She's limping around the concrete wall, but around will come Miller Theobald and take the checkered flag. Oh, and Chloe Ingram spins up, coming around to take second place. And so through all that, Rebecca Barrs snuck up into second. So, provisional results for that one. Miller Theobald home in first. Rebecca Barr takes second place. 215 out of Greymouth. Khan Gray takes third place. Lauren Swift in fourth and Gemma Holloway in fifth. We then went Hazel Brown, Chloe Ingram, Azaria Simpson, Jessie Wilson-Henderson and Dana Kingsbear. So again, good finishes for Lauren Swift, who was second on points, and Gemma Holloway. They were 3 points behind Hayley James. So they've both gone up, and it will probably be Lauren Swift who will be our points leader going into tomorrow night. Sharkies Engineering Limited, Aotearoa Ladies Crown. Right, you've taken a look at the official results, Barry, from green and red. And as your maths worked it out, yeah, we're right. Okay. All right. Okay, all right. Before we confirm those results, we are going to head down into the pits, and Bianca is with 94P William Humphreys.
William Humphreys doing the hard mahi tonight, coming away with the second, a sixth, and of course the first. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, no, definitely. Managed to keep it clean all night. No damage, and yeah, managed to get through pretty easily. So happy with that. Job one's done.
And of course that boosts you through to your finals tomorrow, but that doesn't make your job any easier. You've got to go and try and repeat what you've done tonight, tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely, and there's a whole lot of fast cars out there. Even tonight, you know, qualifying, every car out there is quick, so it's pretty hard to find any advantage out there or any, you know, an extra tenth or whatever, so tomorrow's going to be challenging.
Absolutely, and this is what all the drivers up and down pit lane are saying, is that there is no advantage. It's mostly luck, a little bit of skill, and just who pops out where. Yeah,
pretty much. This track's always like that, whoever pops out where, so nah, it's part of this track, and it's always been like it and always will be like it, so it's always, and we keep coming back, so that's good.
So this track has got a few gremlins for you, William, but of course, like say, keep coming back because we love the World 240s, yeah?
Yeah, I've had a few wild rides here, but yeah, no, this is one of the best meetings in the country. We definitely come here every year, and we'll keep coming here every year, and yeah, it's one of the highlights of the season. Well,
we wish you luck, of course, for tomorrow. You've come away with no damage, so that's a huge bonus. But listen, I'm going to ask you a really, really weird question. You need to finish tomorrow, your 2 laps, a car's chasing you down. Who do you hope that car is not?
I'm not really too phased. Anyone out there, well, cars weigh the same. Everyone out there's got bumpers, so someone wants to get me, they'll get me. And yeah, I
guess they have to catch you first.
Yeah, well, it's pretty hard to pull a gap these days, but nah, see what happens.
Well, listen, like I say, we wish you luck for the rest of the weekend. Well done on your win. That was a great win. Like I say, everyone's fast. There's no advantage, so you absolutely 100% deserve that. We'll let you get back to the car, go and have a relax, and hopefully we might see you tomorrow.
Yep, sweet. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, William.
Okay, hey, just confirming, everybody, we have 2 runoffs. We have 2 Superstock runoffs to confirm spots in the finals. One from blue group and one from yellow group. Barry's just working through that, but can confirm our first qualifying group was red group. As we called it, our qualifiers are Peter Bengston, 58P, 22W Richard Gaskin, 19C Malcolm Nartai, 2NZ Jason Long, and 5G Josh Prentice. Confirmed finalists out of red group. Green group, confirmed finalists here, 52P Scott Joblin, 9171C Jaden Ward, 26V Kaylin Mooney, 722P David Lowe, and 3NZ Mitch Vickery. So both of those, as Barry's maths told us, he was bang on the money with the red and green. Those are confirmed. So as I say, we've got 2 runoffs. One from blue group, which we will see just quickly before this race starts, will be Sheldon Arapeti up against Matty Wise. And in yellow group, we will see Adam Joblin up against Matt Nielsen.
Yeah, so certainly there's something there happened with Sheldon Arapeti. When he crossed the line, he was showing 15 points. He suddenly went to 18 points. He's now back to 15 points again. So quite a shuffle round there in blue group from the points across the line. Mini stocks.
All right, let's do this. This is heat 3 for these guys and girls. Onside Auto Electrical Mini Stock Invitation. And it's Megan Pinder. And the crash car leads them around. 29. 555, Josh Holland right on her tail. We've got one that's gone around down in turn 4. I think that's the Sean Nichols 13R car. He's back mobile, pointing the right way. So Josh Holland gets his nose in front now. Megan Pinder has got some problems. He goes hard on the brakes in turn 4. So now it's Josh Holland, Flynn Fraser running in second spot, the 93 car. Then 913 Byron Brown Dixon from the 971 of George Crawford. Bit of bump and grind out there. The two orange cars coming together. Who's that? The 66 and 39. So 23 pulls off onto the infield. Flynn Ashton, his night is done with just 3 laps to go. As the 11 looks up the inside, makes the pass. Jack Cunningham on Stanaway and body. And the white flag is out, 1 to go. The 555 of Josh Holland. Can he hold out Flynn Fraser? He's got a couple of back markers in front of him. Oh, Fraser has to ease off the gas there. Oh, that was tight. Holland will take it. So tight. Onside Auto Electrical, sponsors of our mini stock invitation tonight. Your air conditioning specialists, they replace fuses to fixing leaks, making new hoses, replacing parts, supplying and fitting new systems. Onsite Auto Electrical. Contact Paul for all your auto electrical and air conditioning needs. Sponsors of the mini stock invitation, Josh Holland taking heat 3, George Crawford home in second, Flynn Fraser in third, Byron Brown Dixon in fourth, and Tasman Bryson running up the top 5. Then it was Takayla Manson, Cohen Wright, Jack Cunningham, Caleb Stanaway and Quinton Body rounding out the top 10. Right, we've given you the confirmed finalists from those first 2 groups. That's the racing done and dusted, but we do have 2 runoffs to come. They are sitting on the dummy grid. So
the yellow group was exactly as we called it.
Yep.
It was the one we sort of abandoned a little bit because of all the 1-point gaps. But
okay. So let's take a look then. So who do we have?
94P Humphreys first with 73, and Darryl Wallace and 557C on 70, and they were well clear. Gap right back then to Shay Hambling on 58.
Wow.
Alex Hill 95N on 57, and then on 56 the 147K, and he was equal with Adam Joplin, who lost all that ground at the end, and the 46B, who was looking at qualifying easily under the white flag, has only finished up 8th in the end on 54 points. So only a couple of points out of sort of finishing in the in that top 4, but yeah, that cost them. So we had that one right, but there was a jump in our screen on the blue group, and the original positions I wrote down were actually correct. And then all of a sudden, there was a switch round, and Peter Reese went up a point. Sheldon Perry went down 3 points. Seth McConchy went down a point. Matty Wise went back up a point again, and that's what's created quite a shock around there, obviously.
All right, here comes Sheldon Adapede. How good would this be for the young fella? His first super stock meeting, obviously on his old home track here in Rotorua.
Of course, up against a guy who did very, very well in karting New Zealand, Matty Wise, numerous titles in go-karts. And made the big step across to super stocks.
Of course, had a bit of time out of the car. Was it last season or season before with a
injury,
back injury?
Yeah. That was in the... Whose car was he driving? Was it this car?
No, or was he in the Tri-Rail pass?
The ex-Wootton Tri-Rail, wasn't it? Was it the Wootton Tri-Rail? Yeah, it was Tyson Wootton's first Tri-Rail. It was.
So, 4 laps to decide who goes through to the finals tomorrow night. For the loser, it'll be to the repecharge, and it'll start somewhere near the front. Oh my goodness, it's 11:30, race fans. Jesus. That's the first time I looked at my watch.
I don't think Meatloaf's going to be too concerned about that.
No. All right, here we go. Green flag, and Wise looks to take Adapede to the wall. Oh, now here's another rule thing. Where are we at now with rules and runoffs? Are you allowed to stop again?
Well, 9C is blocked, so. But yeah.
You are allowed to stop? No, you're not.
I was meaning, yeah, here's another rule to discuss.
So, here we go, red lights, and they both get, so does that mean that Bryce Marks goes to the final?
No, I suspect that it means that Sheldon Perry wins the runoff. Because I don't think he can get through that gap, can he? But he did have the right to reverse because his way is blocked.
Yes. So
if your way is blocked by another car, the wall or the pole line, you can reverse.
Or will they just restart them and give them both a slap in the air and say stop playing monkey buggers?
No, send them both off. I've had enough.
It's getting late.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be sorted, doesn't it?
That's a worried Paul. I'm on air in about 6 hours.
Yes. I got the weekend off.
Oh, how did you do that?
Don't tell us your problems. We've got enough of our own up here.
I can see you got lots of problems up here tonight. I'm quite happy being out in the green stuff in the middle.
So they're sending Matty Wise to the infield. And Sheldon to the infield.
Oh, good grief. I was going to say, does he have to do his 4 laps on his own now?
No, they're restarting them.
No, they're opening the gates. They're sending them off.
Maybe to go and bring the other 2 out and have a 4-car run-off. Make the rules up as
So
we go
what does
along.
that mean? Do you want me to go downstairs and find out?
Well, we're going to have to, aren't we? Because we need a finalist.
Yeah, you go and find out, man. You thought your night was done. So, I'm not assuming anything anymore. I thought he was lining up again to do his 4 laps on his own.
He can't understand, Sheldon doesn't understand hand signals. That's pretty obvious to me. Go onto the infield.
Yes.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
What is going on?
He must understand the slit across the throat and points.
Is you there?
Yeah, we're here, Minty.
Okay, both excluded from the runoff. It's up to the promotion to decide what happens from here on in. They both stopped. It's illegal to stop. Both excluded.
Okay. Good to see it.
Okay.
They know the rules, so now it's up to promotion to decide how they decide
move Bryce Marks in.
who's going to go through.
Wrist wrestling competition.
I would imagine that, I don't know, you can rerun it.
What would Meatloaf do in a situation like this? You'd say 2
Yeah,
out of 3
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's okay. So that's a great call. That's been made. That's
Yep.
gotta
So
be
it's a
done.
correct call.
Yes.
I'm happy to see that.
Yeah. All right. So this time, so this is the runoff for Yellow Group. Adam Joblin.
For 5th place, isn't it?
Yep. Adam Joblin versus Matt Nielsen. Here we go.
Keep them moving, boys.
Yeah. So Joblin tries to force Nielsen onto the grass. So Nielsen will have to break here. So Joblin's going to go. Now at this point, Matt Nielsen just has to chase, doesn't he?
Obviously, Joplin doesn't think he's got the pace to just out-drag him.
No. Which is still early in this. Like, I don't know how much racing Adam Joblin's actually done. What, won in Palmy last week? So maybe still got a few things that he's trying to iron out with the car here as well. Doing a good job of staying in front of him. Now, Matt Nielsen's got to be careful here. But again, Joblin's got to make sure he's moving. And he came in for the big dive and he made it pay, Matt Nielsen.
So it's 2 laps.
So the former North Island champion. Will he make a second? Well, he's looking good for a second world, because last year he was an automatic qualifier as the North Island champion last year. White flag out, 1 to go. He's got to be careful here. He's going to try the same thing again. Last thing you want to do is end up in the wall, stall it, not be able to reflow. He's going to try the exact same thing again. Ooh, oh, no. No.
No.
Watching that on the big screen from the up high camera. Oops.
Yes.
And then has he done some damage there, did he? Is he?
Yeah, I don't know. Kind of aimed straight for the wall.
He
there
did.
in turn 2.
Oh, look, everything. Oh, yeah, he looks got a flat tyre. Oh, now was that tyre, hey, it's an outside tyre. Was it flat before the checkered flag?
You're going to find 2 ways of disqualifying him. Gaining an advantage over the pole line and a flat right front tyre.
Which would have happened in that incident in the corner. So he would have had a flat tyre before he crossed the line, so he's supposed to actually retire. Okay, it looks as though the promotion have decided that we will just rerun this one. If you make a pass, okay, we're still just waiting here on what the official word is going to be, and 2 drivers are being told to go in. There will not be a runoff. Both drivers were excluded, so
You might think you're having a runoff, boys, but the gate's open.
okay, and by all accounts from the referees, the Matt Nielsen win will stand.
Okay.
So again, they've been given the signal to drive into the pits. We are hearing official stuff behind the scenes. which we can't really highlight just yet until it does get made official. So both drivers were excluded, so the ruling, as Minty said, was that it's up to the promotion to decide how it will be decided, and by all accounts, promotion have come up with a different way of...
Referees now out on the track.
And telling them to get in. You broke the rules, you're excluded. So there we have it. It's had it all tonight, hasn't it?
Full moon?
Yeah, there is one, I think. Yeah. Boy, oh boy. Ladies and gentlemen, what a night. We have, I was going to say we have 25. We actually kind of only have 24 of our finalists at the moment, because we will wait to see what happens there. Yeah, look at that. Matt Nielsen was kind of basically on the track there.
And he was a lap up.
Yeah.
No
exactly.
run-off. And promotion is looking at where they finished in different races, but Rod said they both got excluded. You don't get a second crack.
Yep. Fair enough.
Wow, Minty, there's no way to end a night with a bit of drama like what we're having here.
More drama than Shortland Street tonight or EastEnders or some of those English things, but yeah, it's all happened, isn't it? And to be honest, the referee stood up and he said, this is the rules, this is how I'm going to play it, and leave it back to the promotion. But good night's racing, not a lot of damage, not the carnage we saw last year, love.
Well, I'm quite glad that there's not a lot of damage, because all of these guys that have actually made it through till tomorrow will have their mind fresh on the job at task, which is trying to get on that podium, right?
Yeah, they will. And of course, the repecharge, that first heat up tonight, that's tomorrow night, that's going to go a little bit nuts.
Yep.
We've got 25 cars out of 26, and then it's all going to break loose tomorrow. It's been a pretty cool night, been hard racing. Been a few surprises get through, been a few who should have got through that haven't.
Yep,
but
absolutely.
Always a good night here at Paradise Valley, isn't it?
Well, I hope everyone at home enjoyed that. I certainly was on the edge of my seat for quite a few of those races, but let's do it all over again tomorrow. Some of the results, Minty, though, have been confirmed, and we might be just waiting to see what is actually going to happen with this last runoff.
Yeah, look, again, it's coming with a new lap scoring system, and it's caused some challenges.
Yep.
But they're getting through it, and life carries on.
Yep.
We've got 25 cars. We'll get one more tomorrow, and let's go do some more racing. And of course, the women are doing a great job as well. 3 more races for them. A bit more stuff going on. It's been a great night down here at TWS.
Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy, would you?
The Invercargill Galar pedals through. Should we say anything about that?
We'll just keep it quiet.
We'll just keep it. Put them in a cage somewhere on a perch. Is that the one?
Yeah, that's the one. Listen, we welcome you all back tomorrow. We hope you've enjoyed the racing. Of course, we've gone glitch-free tonight. Hallelujah. It's been amazing. Jace is happy. We might not get our butts kicked tonight, Minty.
Oh, look. You're going to get butts kicked no matter what you do, where you are in any sport. That's just what it's about. But, yeah, a good night tomorrow night coming. The World 240s final here at Technical Welding Services, Paradise Valley. It's good night from me. I'm back to Hamilton radio show at 6 in the morning and then back here tomorrow night.
Oh, you're a busy man, Minty.
No,
I'm
silly.
Bianca Mudge. I look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow.